Very good morning to all, and this is Sonia Singh in front of you. Very warm welcome everyone on our channel IAS Exam for English Medium. I hope my voice is completely audible and visible, everyone. Let me know if the voice is completely audible and everything is visible now, so that we will start the session. Okay. Let me check once in the in my phone as well. Let me ensure is the class is going in a very perfect manner or not. Okay. I hope. Okay. Okay. So it's totally fine, everyone, from my side. Those students have a problem in the phones or in the laptops in the system, kindly increase the resolution. You can see the three dotted lines on the screen, everyone, so you can easily check the resolution and you can enhance your quality as well, right? Mr. Bahadur, very good morning. So let's begin this session, everyone. This session is going to be continued till 3 p.m. So this is a Maha Marathon specifically for the students who are considering the complete 1 month current affair revision and included our history answer writing, right? And the last week, I think the 3-4 days ago, I already taken the session on the current affair. In this on that session, which I tried to complete all these current affairs which is relevant or important as per the UPSC perspective and the prelims perspective as well. So those students have any query, any question specifically for that session, and in these days we are also taking daily. I think if I left the day yesterday, on everyday basis I already taken this session on different answer writing. So if I'm counting all this session, I almost done more over 10 to 15 question in this session, where I'm not going to covering all the answer writing just because of showing that how to do the answer writing. But on the another hand, I'll try to elaborate everything in a very fine manner, everyone, and I'll try to mention and elaborated everything, each and every point in a very depth manner, so that if the question is completely come in a very modified way, if for example, if the question is come on the women empowerment and the role of the women in the Quit India movement, so in yesterday's session, the day before session, we already done on the question on women empowerment, their role, their social economic perspective. We done each and every perspective. So it is very important to understand everyone, and if the question is will come on the in the mains paper in a very modified manner, so that you have to be attempt the question in a very comfort way. Fine. Comfort way means that you have to try to portray the question as per the given information. Sometimes I already elaborated the question, and in each and every session while doing the answer writing, sometimes I'm just mentioning the points or sometimes I'm elaborating the points. It doesn't mean that the each and every point is very important as per the examination perspective. It is only doing just because of your depth analysis or enhancing of the knowledge, right? So let's begin, everyone. I hope this session is completely helpful in these days, which is going on everyday basis in these days. So you can see on the board, everyone, how to practice answer writing for the mains first of all. And from last 3 or 4 days in everyday sessions, I'd always try to mention that how the answer writing is important as per the mains perspective. How can you improve your answer writing in the mains, and how what type of the dimension you have to choose while doing the answer writing. So things are very important as per the perspective of not only mains but as well as the prelims perspective, because answer writing is not giving the idea that the way you are doing the answer writing, the way you portraying your answer, the way you are choosing the approach. But from the another way, if I am saying somewhere answer writing is giving you the depth analysis, which is completely helpful for you people specifically in the prelims. Fine. So I hope, so let's begin the session. I just want to recapitulate that how to practice the answer writing for the mains. Then later on I'll try to be covering all these the points, and we will try to choose the next question for the answer writing. Day before I already I think exploring the question and giving the explanation on the paintings, that how the prehistoric paintings completely impacted the primitives and the ancient history. So after explaining how to do the answer writing for the main specifically, I'll try to continue the same sessions that I already done earlier. Fine. So let's begin this session, everyone. You can see the slide on the syllabus that I earlier told you. You have to be specific, right, while doing understand the syllabus, while doing to do the analysis of the syllabus. To be specific with the syllabus is very important. For example, if I'm giving a very important clue for you people, specifically for the history, that history is completely a very vast syllabus. In the prelims perspective, they are completely mentioning about the history or the national movement, but on the another way, if I'll try to be pick up the whole topic is not only small one, but it is completely explaining in a very vast way, where you not only completing the ancient, medieval and the modern, but as well as the postmodernism, the art and architecture, and you have to be completely choosing the current affairs of the history, that if we have a very good knowledge about the present developing history, the excavations which are going in these days, number one. Number two, we have a numbers of the paintings, we have a numbers of the sites, we have a numbers of the UNESCO sites. For example, we have a Hampi, which is completely included as a part of the UNESCO in 2021. So we have a numbers of the examples. You have to be specific in the syllabus, and with the help of the syllabus, it is very important to cover the previous year papers, right? Previous year question paper, because I already mentioned numbers of the time in my sessions, in my lectures, in my short videos, that to analysis the UPSC examination pattern, it is very important to analysis or understand the previous year paper questions, right? And why it is important to analysis and understand the previous year paper questions? Because somewhere previous year question paper providing you people specifically we can say the transparency of the question, they somehow providing you the clue, the judgments of the question, that what type of the question, what type of the depth analysis question they will ask in the mains perspective, and what is the modification of the question. Just because of the previous year paper, if you completely go ahead with 2017 to 2021 previous year question paper of the mains, I feel somewhere that you have to be completed more over 60% of the syllabus just because of the help of the previous year paper questions paper, right? So this is very important, everyone. I hope this session which is going on from past 3 or 4 days completely helpful to everyone. So don't forget to like and subscribe the channel, everyone. Now let's move ahead with the help of the previous year paper and the syllabus. While explaining, we can move ahead on the next slide for the beginners and for those aspirants who are giving the attempts of the UPSC moreover 1 to 2 times. So this is the specifically for the beginners as well, and how to start answer writing for the beginners. So you can see 2 important points on the screen, everyone. I hope this is completely visible, everyone. Just a minute. Right, I hope this is completely visible, everyone. You can see how to start the answer writing for the beginners. It means that it is not compulsory for the beginners. I feel answer writing, to do the answer writing, it's a very it is somehow completely dependent on your practice. That we always say that practice makes you more perfect, or a man perfect. So while doing the answer writing, everyone, it is very important to understand that how you can choose the key points, how you can choose the good approach as well, and how you can understand the keywords, right? There is a very important, there is a 3 different terminologies you can say. The first of all, you have to develop a very good understanding with the question, exactly what the question want to say. Is the question is based on the examination, is the question is based on the critical analysis, is the question is based on the analytical approach or discussion or explanation. So you have to be understand the nature of the question first of all, what the question is exactly want to say, right? Number one. And number 2, what about the keywords? Keywords means we can say after understanding the question, you have to be choose the keywords in the question. For example, if the question will ask what, if I'll write the question on the screen, everyone, just a minute. Maybe the question will ask the role of women in Quit India movement. In Quit India movement, right? Right, might be this is your question in the mains. The question will come on the mains, and on the another way they are asking about the impact, right? And they are asking about the they said कि भाई examine करना है आपको, you have to examine the question, right? So this is the question that you have to first of all understand the question. It is somehow developing the understanding with the question, what the question is exactly want to say, number 1. Number 2, this is the right time to choose the keywords, right? You have to choose the keywords while choosing your good approach. Fine. So how you can choose the your good approach? First of all, right, they are asking about the role, right? So what is happening actually when they are asking about the role, everyone? So definitely the role is completely asking about the positive or the negative aspects. While fine. Now when they are asking about the women, see some of the key points specifically in the society, specifically as per the Indian nature. Whenever the question is asked on the religion, whenever the question is asked on the women, whenever the question is asked on the scheduled caste, scheduled tribes, the Harijans, the Dalits, or specifically when the question will ask on the critical analysis of the freedom fighters or the society, right? So the key points that I am elaborating earlier, it is very important to choose the mid path of the question, that you are not going to criticize everyone. The role of the women, भी किस टाइम पे women का क्या रोल है, they are not playing their part well, they are exploiting somewhere. But at the last point or as the last paragraph, it is a very important to mention about the positive aspects of the women in the society and how the government of India is taking the initiative to make the women more empowered. Fine. Now this is the first key point, everyone, the role of the women I am asking. So you have to explain the positive and the negative aspects of the women and their role in the ancient time or in the specifically in the present time. Fine. Now what about they are asking about the impact, right? So what they are asking exactly, they are asking about the role of the women, the positive and the negative aspect. And in the body you have to mention about what you are mentioning about the impact and the examination. The impact and the examination means that you have to explain how the women's role completely impacted our ancient time, the medieval time and the modern time, right? The impact is what? From the beginning of the Vedic era, the women's condition is completely we can say perfect, because somehow they are getting the equal priority or equal status as per the on the way, as per the men. But on the later Vedic phases, the definitely we can say the role of the women or the impact of the women, or we can say the situation of the women gonna be completely worst day to day life. Let's move ahead in the medieval phases. So we can definitely take the example of the Razia Sultan. We have a definitely take the example of Gulbadan Begum. We have a definitely the example of some of the ladies who are completely devoting themselves in Bhaktism, in the Sufi movement as well, and somehow they started to teaching the women. So we can say the post medieval phases of the Indian history somehow completely elaborating the women in a very different way, when they are specifically try to teach the society, try to providing the messages to the people. Now when the question will be asked on the examine, it means examination, that you are not going to giving the critical approach of the question कि भाई आपका women के बारे में ये opinion है, so you are going to choose this one opinion, but you are not going to choose this one opinion, right? Whenever the question will come on the examine, it is completely, it is the duty of the aspirant that you have to choose the question very carefully. sorry, you have to be understand the question very carefully, and you have to be mention each and every dimension, the factors, we can say the social, the economic, the political, the cultural, and we can say the administrative, and the you have to be try to be connect the women empowerment, the role of the women, the situation of the women as per the present time of 21st century. Fine everyone, so this is all about the choosing the keywords or to understanding everything the way you are choosing the good approach of the question, right? Aman, very good morning. Fine. So, what is the good approach? Whenever you're discussing about the good approach means that what you understand, exactly what you understand with the question, everyone. That what the question is want to say, number one. Now, what the question want to say. What is your opinion to write down in the intro body, you can say. And at the last, what is the transparency of your introduction and your body in the conclusion. Fine. So, this is all about the good approach. Good approach, when you started to write down the answer in a very fine and a very structured manner. It doesn't mean that structure means that you have to be mention everything. It doesn't like that. Whenever you are asking about the good approach, everyone, it is very important to mentioning each and every dimension of the question. It doesn't mean that if the question will ask on the role of the women, so you have a very good analysis of the social aspects. So you have to mention everything about society, but you are not going to mention any of the point, right, specifically regarding with economy, regarding with the polity, and you are not try to be connect the role of the women till 21st century or at the present time. So it doesn't mean it specifically good approach means that you have to mention everything, a little bit information of everything like society, the economy, the polity, the culture, the religion, the situation of the women, the present time impact, and we can see the what is the exactly law and justice the government of India is making, and what types of the actions specifically will take for improving of the situation of the women. And you have to be specific focus on the gender equality and the role of the women in the education, and how education is completely the life of the women, right? So this is all about the, we can say the good approach of the question, where you are mention about each and every dimension, because we know that everything we have a positive or negative aspect. So it is a very important to mentioning each and every dimension of the question. Your question is still not completed, everyone. Still you people are not mentioning each and every dimension of the question, right? Okay, now okay, a class market, if you are asking about Madam Simran, she is on the leave today. She will resume the classes from tomorrow, so you can join her from tomorrow on the proper time at 9 a.m. in the morning, right? This session is completely taking on behalf of Madam Simran. So she, definitely you will meet her for tomorrow session, right? Now let's move ahead. That good approach. If I'm asking about the good approach. Good approach is specifically definitely is asking about what? It is completely, okay. It is completely asking about what, everyone? Just a minute. Okay. Now, what about the good approach, everyone? Good approach that I already told you, when you start to mention each and every dimension of everything. Good approach, for example, if the question is asking about the your peasant movement. Peasant movement, everyone. So definitely you can asking about that who are the peasants exactly, number one. Okay, number two, definitely you will mentioning about the role of the peasants. What are the role of the peasants, right? Where the movements are started actually, right? Now why the movements are started, what is the reason behind it, why, definitely mentioning about the reasons. where when you started to mentioning about the geographical features, or you have to mentioning about the place, and sometimes when you started to mentioning about the years as well. The years, the geographical places, sometimes when you started to making the maps and the sketching, it is somehow providing the examiner a very authentic, we can say, authentic information that candidates have a very good knowledge about everything. Fine. How? If I'm discussing how, that you have to be mentioned how the present moment is exactly happened, right, and what are the reason behind it, and what is the social economic approaches. Fine. Now when you're discussing when, so you have to be mentioning about the chronological sequences. For example, present moment completely uprising in modern era, right, in 18th century, or we can say 18th or 19th century, and 19th and 20th century, mid of the 19th and 20th century was the era when the present moment is completely on the peak, right. So you have to be mentioning about the, you have to be mentioning about the background means that you have to be going touch each and every point, that how present moment is going to be uprising later on. Specifically you have to be mentioning about the role of the British rulers or governor generals, the suppression. You have to be mentioning about the economic ideologies. You have to be mentioning about 1793. You have to be mentioning about famines of 1791 and 1891. You have to mention about your Raitwari system, Mahalwari system, and you have another point of we can say permanent settle as well. So we have a difference of the approaches. Fine. And movements, whenever we're discussing about the movements never ever started, that I already told you, in a one day. Sometimes it is a very gradual process, right, and movement never ever is just going to be held with just because of one person, or just because of the leading one person. It is a somehow the opinion of the whole we can say the society. When the society is completely not satisfied with the we can say the aristocracy or the king who is completely adopting the designation of the ruling party, or we can say the ruling empire. Fine. So these are all about, we can say, the dimension of the question, which is somehow not only providing you the good approach, but definitely these points somehow is completely making your question more authentic, is providing your question more framed. And when you started to making some of the sketches, some of the maps, when you started to locating the geographical features and places on the map, definitely your question is going to be doc in the mains paper. And I feel the examiner is somehow, if he is feeling very confident about your answer, so there is no doubt that you will get the good marks in the question. Now, interdisciplinary approach means when you started to choosing the very broad perspective. Broad perspective means what? When you started to correlating everything with each other. That I earlier told you that any situation or any individual person, any of the society, any of the economy, they seriously have a different dimension, and everything is dependent on different things, right? If I'm talking about the individual person, if I'm talking about myself as well, so definitely our daily basis needs, our work is never ever completed while we are not depending on anyone. Fine. So definitely interdisciplinary approach, specifically in the answer writing, we can say it is showing the dependency of different factors. Fine. For example, if I have a social, I have a economic, I have political, I have administrative, I have a moreover religious. So definitely I can say society somehow completely providing the interdisciplinary approach of economy, and economy somehow providing a equal framework, or we can say political or administrative system somehow providing a specific framework of for the economy, somehow providing the proper systematic approach to the economy, and economy somehow definitely providing the we can say the systematic approach to the society as well. Right, administrative, that I already told you, and religion, you cannot differ society with economy. So definitely you never ever differ the religion without economy, and religion without society, because I have already a very good example of a Buddhism and Jainism in the modern period, that how they are completely, and some of the people specifically who are belonging from the Jain community, they started to adopting, they started to choosing the prevalent religion, like if I'm talking about Ashoka, the approach of the Ashoka doesn't mean that he left everything after Kalinga war. Definitely he have to be choose about Buddhism. He definitely choose the philosophy of the Buddhism, and Buddhism definitely playing the role of playing the role in the economy in a very well manner. And society, economy and religion doesn't mean that when we started to worship any of the god in a very when we started to doing the idol worship, when you started to providing the philosophy, religion specifically, we can say in any of the religion, Hinduism, Christianity, Jainism, Buddhism, we have a different definitions of the religion in each and every religion. But if I'm talking about the aim of the religion, definitely religion is somehow providing the work culture, the devotion, the honesty, and somehow teaching us how we can spend our life while doing our work in a very honest way. Fine, everyone. So we can say religion is somehow not only completely correlated with society, with economy, but as well as the administrative and with the help of the polity. So this is all about the interdisciplinary approach, when you started to correlating or connected everything with each other, and you have to be understand the question. When you started to creating a approach of the question, this is somehow uplifting your question in a very different manner, everyone. Fine. Now that I already explained you in the question, any of the question will ask in the examination, but definitely you have to be check the question for. Doesn't mean that the question will ask on the economic crisis, or the question is will ask on the Bhagat Singh, that you have to start to mention each and every point. No, it is a very important to depend on the question. First of all, it is totally up to on the candidate, that how the candidate is completely understand the question. First of all, the key points he is choosing and the way he started to doing the answer writing. So in this answer writing, you have to be mention each and every point which is mentioning there, till we can say the understand the recent trends of the UPSC and current affairs of the history relation. You have to be mention everything. If the society and the explanation of the, we can say, economy or the religion or the culture or the administrative or the polity, if it is needed completely, or definitely you have to be get idea of everything, and you have to be mentioned as per the need and demand of the question, whatever the question will they will ask in the mains perspective later on. Fine. Okay, everyone. And the next point, we can say question of each day to get you into the answer writing, everyone. Question each day get you in the required value addition, and each get you in the confidence, definitely. And as definitely I can say in one line, everyone, that it is somehow providing you what? It is somehow providing you, we can say, definitely make you perfect when you started to practicing and when you started to participating to doing the answer writing. So this is already I explain you. Let me explain. I would like to mention one or two points first of all. Number one, the understanding. Now, number two, I would like to mention about the we can say the keywords. And number three, definitely the good approach. About whom the questions, right? So the question will ask on the women's question arose in the modern India as a part of the 19th century social reform movement, and what were the major issues and debates concerning women in that period, right? Let me understand the question first of all. Being a candidate, if the question, for example, if the question will directly ask in the examination, so what is mine approach with the question? Mine approach is completely different, specifically with the understanding that what the question is want to say, what exactly I want to understand with the question, everyone. The women question arose in the modern India. For example, the women question arising in the modern India, somehow it is very important to correlate with the 19th century, because 19th century social reformation movement is completely somehow was the movement who at least tried to be uplifted the women in the society. Fine. And what were the major issues? Major issue doesn't mean that I have only explaining the major issues of the women which were completely prevalent in 19th century, but it is also important to mention each and every points, or I'll try to be mention the crucial or important points which is prevalent or the major issues in the present time. Fine. Now the debates, if we are rising, definitely if I am talking about the dowry system, we have a crimes, we have a evils, we have a child marriage, we have still not any rights of the women, widow remarriages. So these are the points of debates actually. So it is a very important to analysis everyone, that the debates and the major issues which they were already prevalent in almost 1000 years ago. What about still the importance of all these major issues in the 21st century, or is the 21st century still suffering all these the major issues of the women empowerment, still the issues like lack of the education, the lack of the social status, the lack of the gender equality. So you have to be try to correlate everything. For example, if I'm talking about the major issues, let me explain the gender role of the women. So we are getting only 131 position out of 146 country in gender equal status, we can say the gender role in the as the present report of the 21st century. Now concerns, what about the concerns of the period? Definitely the concerns, if I'm talking about the law, already we are taking more over 5000 to 6000 the time we are already taken to improving the situation of the women. So definitely women is somehow is a very sensitive topic, and still it is making the matter of concern, matter of debate, matter of we can say the major issues in the present society yet. Fine. Now this is the time to understand the keywords now everyone, that how the keywords we are going to choose. Now definitely we can say the right way to choose the keywords everyone. Okay. The women questions, number one we can say, right? So what about the modern India? Number two. 19th century social reformation, we can say the movement, number three. And number four, the major issues, and number five, the debates, right? Fine everyone. And what is the good approach? What is the good approach of the question? The good approach of the question everyone, definitely we can say when you started to answering in the introduction, and the introductory body you have to be mentioning about the women empowerment, the situation in the women empowerment, the situation specifically in ancient, medieval, and specifically focusing on the modern India. When you started to correlating everything in 21st century everyone in the present time, and in the mid body, definitely in the mid body you have to mention about the 19th century social, economic, religious reformation. And when you started to mentioning the name, the people like Radha Ram Mohan Roy, the people like Vivekananda and Saraswati, Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar, right? So Jyotiba Phule, we have a numbers of the people. Fine. In the mid body, and in the conclusion, and you have to be mentioning about what the issues and the debates which is prevalent in 19th century. And in the definitely in the conclusion you have to be mention about the, not only you are not going to be biased yourself. First of all, you cannot say anything on the policies of the government, so you have to be choose the mid path, that in the women empowerment is important, and the importance of women, that gender discrimination increasing in ancient, medieval, and modern time, and what is the real situation of 21st, and what is the impact of 19th century social reformation in 21st century, and what is the present role of the Indian citizen in India, and how we can improve ourselves, and what is the responsibility of the women as well. That ये बेहतर है कि बार बार कहने से कि भाई we are not uplifting, so it is important to do some initiative, or we can say to take the some initiative to improving the situation of the women with their own hands. Fine. Okay. Now, so how we can improve everyone? When you try to down the points are very important. right? Points are very important. Fine. Intro, main body and conclusion, right? The intro, the main body, the intro, the main body and the conclusion. Diagrams, if it is needed, if they are asking about the Indian map, the attempt making numbers of the question कि ऐसा नहीं हो कि भाई आप questions को छोड़ के आना शुरू कर दे, right? You have to be, if you don't have any idea about the question, the temptation of the question, I feel you have to try to be connect the question with social, economic, religious, political, administrative situations. Read and understand the question. Read and understand the question is a very crucial point for any of the question, I feel, because it is not only mentioning about to providing the understanding of the question, but it also providing you the good approach of the question, right? And do not give extreme views. Definitely, I already told you, if you have a problem of women empowerment, for example, if you have a problem with any of the ideology of the historical character, you are not completely liable to providing any of the opinion which is completely biased. Fine. Facts and figures, which is very important. If for example, I'm giving the example of gender gap index, so you have to mention that India is existing still 131 out of 146 countries, right? So, and what about the education, everyone? When you still we are getting 141 position, one out of 146 countries. So it is very important to mention about the facts and figures. And handwriting should be definitely readable, everyone. It doesn't mean that you have to be mention everything in a very perfect manner, because we have a numbers of the question to write. So if the question is completely readable, everyone, so definitely you can go ahead with the attemptation of all the questions in a very fine manner, in a very comfort manner. Now, so what is already done in the question, I already given the whole explanation of the women empowerment, everyone. Sorry, the industrial revolution, right? You can see on the screen. Buddha's teachings, I already mentioning you, everyone. Battle of Plassey, which is I already mentioned you the day before session on 14th of August. Right, the Battle of Plassey and Battle of Buxar, how the both of the battles specifically drastically change the Indian history. I already mentioning you about partition of Bengal, that how partition of Bengal is completely developing the feeling of nationalism, and how 1905 Bengal of partition completely impacted later on, not only in the 1942 but 1947 as well. We're discussing the points of arrival of Mahatma Gandhi. I already explaining you about the women empowerment in yesterday's session, where we're discussing about the women's situation from Vedic era to post-Vedic era to medieval to modern, and the policy making, the Hindu law code, the widow remarriages, the right. So we have a Chipko movements, we have a environmental, everything, environmental participation. So let me take the session first of all, everyone, the global gender gap index, right? Because I already done with all the question of women transforming. We can see the conclusion on the screen, everyone, about the women empowerment, and with the help of the conclusion, we can definitely go ahead with the gender gap index in 2021. This is the part of the current affairs session, because in my session I already told you the day before yesterday, everyone, that definitely I am going to take this session on the 1 month complete current affair revision part 2, and definitely we will continue the history session simultaneously in same session. Fine. So you can see the role of and transforming the social, economic and political landscape of the Indian could never be ignored. These movements, it means the movements are completely happened or organized by the women, erupted to ensure constitutionally guaranteed rights to the women, that we have a right of widow remarriages, we have a right of we can say the child labor, we have a right, and we have a law also on the we can say the Sati Act as well. And contribution of the women still lack advocated political representation and social empowerment, where it is looking the need is what? To do more work. Fine. Our society remains in what of more such movement that assessed quality, the demand rights and generated the democratic dialogue of the change. So change is very important, everyone. You can see on the screen. Now it is a time to discuss about the gender gap index in 2022. You can see on the screen. Global gender gap index 2021. How global gender gap index important as per the prelims and the mains perspective? So first of all, World Economic Forum global gender gap index, when the question is completely come on the facts. Fine. For mains, we can say gender gap index 2022. What we are going to discuss about? The gender gap index. We can say the major issues. We can say the evils, the crimes, and the social injustice. Right? The social related with the women. So this question is completely correlating with the women empowerment, which is question sometimes comes in the now why news in these days. You can see recently the Women Economic Forum WEF ranked India that 135 out of 146 countries. It means we got the position 135 out of 146 countries, right? So definitely we can say this is somehow a worst condition of the India. हालांकि 2022 में अगर मैं बात करूं तो somehow it is completely improved, fine, because in 2021 we on the position of we are getting 140 out of 146 countries, right? And we can say the gender gap in the difference between women and men as a reflected in what? The social, when still we are looking for the social status and the social equality, everyone, right? Political, when we are looking for the representation of the women, when we are looking the representation of the women. Intellectual, when we're discussing about the education, equality in the education. Culture or economic, when we are completely liable to providing the equal earning, we can say, or the financial support to the women to attainments or the attitudes. Now, India's report card you can see on the screen, everyone. Specifically, this report card is completely based on gender gap index, which is based on gender gap index, global gender gap index. Fine. India's report card, we can say global gender gap index. First of all, we are on 135 position out of 146 countries, right? We are on political empowerment. We can say got 48 position out of 146 countries, and on the basis of the economic participation and the opportunities, we can say we got 143 position on one out of 146 countries. And what about the education, that I already explained you and told you that we are already getting 107 position out of 146 countries. Fine, everyone. Health and survival. What about the health issues when we're discussing about the medicals? Right, we are getting 46 position. It means we are completely on the last position, or we are completely on the worst position, not only in the global gender gap index, not only in the economy, not only in the politics, education, attainment, or specifically in the sector of medical or health and the survival. Fine. Now, you can see the global gender gap index 2022, everyone, on the screen. You can compare how it is completely compared, everyone. This is the gender gap index position of 2021, and this is the gender gap index position of 2022. So you can correlate, you can completely you can see the changes. We can say Bangladesh, we can say on 71st on Bangladesh, and what is the position of India when we're getting 135 position, and Afghanistan is completely again on the worst condition on 146 position on again 140 between 146 countries, right? Now, what is global gender gap index about? The benchmark countries on their progress towards gender parity. It means progress means what? When we are looking the gender equality for the women, when we started to uplifting the women, not only social but economic perspective. Fine. When we had started to discussing about all the dimensions. So what about all the dimensions, everyone? The social, the economic, and the political strata. Now, the economic participation and opportunities, right? Education attainment, when we're discussing about the GR, global gender gap and global education ratio, right? Health and survival, political empowerment, when we are still looking the equal participation for the women in the politics, right? Now, objectives to serve as a compass to track the progress. If the question will definitely ask on the objectives, you have to be mentioned about the mains, definitely. You have to be mentioned about your reasons, the factors, right? To serve as a compass to track progress on relative between women and men on health, education, economic and politics. Through this annual yardstick, the stakeholders with each country are able to set the priorities of what? When we are looking the upliftment. When we looking the upliftment relevant in each specific economic, political and cultural context. Now, what are the Indian initiative to reduce the gender gap index in social, economic and political life? So somehow economic participation and health and survival, everyone. What we are getting actually Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao, it ensures what the project is ensuring that we are somehow ensuring the protection, the survival or the education. Education means what? When we discussing about the equality. Survival means what? When we started to avoiding the crimes against the women. Protection, when we started to providing the protection to the girl child. Mahila Shakti Kendra, it is somehow discussing about the centralization of the women protection and providing the empowerment and providing the power. So aims to empower rural women and opportunities for skill development and employment. Mahila police volunteers, this is the somehow a third definition. It envisages engagement of Mahila police volunteers in states UT who act as a link between police and community and facilities women in the distress. Right now, Rashtriya Mahila Kosh, we can say when we started to providing some poor women for various livelihood when we looking for our basic needs. Sukanya Samriddhi Yojana, it is somehow uplifting the women, or we can say when we try to empower the women economically and female entrepreneur. To promote female entrepreneur, the government has initiated program like Stand Up India and Mahilaye Hath, we can say online marketing platform to support women entrepreneurship, and we have a numbers of the organization and NGOs as well. Kasturba Gandhi Balika Vidyalaya, we can say they have been opened in educationally backward women specifically. Though are coming from we can say from the backward classes, or Kasturba Gandhi Balika Vidyalaya project completely initiative of the rural. We can say the class girls, those are completely not visiting in the school in the, or they cannot shift in the urban area. And Kasturba Gandhi Balika Vidyalaya completely is girl based, and somehow the hostel, the facilities, the books and everything the teachers and the authorities providing. Fine. Okay. Now it is a time to discussing about the ancient history sources of history, right? Ancient history sources of history. Is the screen is clear, everyone? Okay. Ancient history, sources of history, we can say. History, written evidence available, we can say. History, prehistoric, no written evidences, archaeological evidence is available. Proto-history, written evidence is available but could not be deciphered. Fine. What are the sources, we can say? Sources, somehow we can say, what we can say, provide is what? The information. Provide is what? The information. Fine. Information is what? The literature, the written evidence, archaeological evidences which is come out with the excavations, khudaiyan. Fine. Inscriptions, when we're discussing about the all the stone inscriptions, we have a very good example of the Mauryan Empire. Right. Literature. Literature is somehow the Indian literature, right? And we have also a foreign literature where we have a very good example of the Indica of Megasthenes. We have a very good example of Hyun Sang, Fahayan, right? And we have a rest of the other examples of it. Fine. Religious, in Indian Vedas we have Brahmans, Aranyakas and Upanishads. Coin somehow is providing the equal definition not only about the king but also about the empower मैं कह रही हूँ, the king, and we can say what? The coins is about the empire. Accounts of the foreigners, that I am giving the example of Hyun Sang, Fahayan and Megasthenes, Toynbee, right? We have a numbers of the examples of it, right? So history is what? Somehow is giving the example of the past, right? That what is happened in the past. Prehistoric, no written evidences, archaeological evidences. Prehistoric, where we are discussing about what? The paintings, the art, the architecture. Fine. Now you can see the picture on the human evaluation. Or we can see the origination of the humans, or we can see the origination of the men. Fine, the human beings. The first phase we can say the Homo australopithecus, or we can say the homids, when they were not completely liable to stand, right? And Homo habilis, when they started to realizing that how can they hit the animal, what is the role of the stones. Homo erectus, when they started to somehow improving the position of their body, they are not completely bended down, they are completely walk, they can erectedly stand as well. And what about the we can say the tools, we can say with the help of the they making from the stones. And the Homo neanderthals, we can say, when they are completely informed or they completely aware about the different eras, when we're discussing about the Paleolithic phase, the Meso and the Neolithic, and Homo sapiens somehow considered definitely the modern human beings, when we have a good idea that how we can walk, how can we stand, the tools we are making, how we can make the tools, from where we can find out, right? And why it is needed actually, the geographical extent, and somehow when they started to developing their self in the we can see the edges of the rivers. Fine. And okay, now, and somehow the we can say the Neolithic phases, when they are discussing about the completely agriculture revolution. Early human migration, we can say on the screen everyone. Fossils migration, we can say data representation approximate number of the years ago, right? So by 120 CO, we can say human had reached the Americans. You can say the red points of opinion everyone on the screen, somehow showing you the representation or the arrival, or we can say the shifting and the migration of the human beings, or we can say the primitives, the Australopithecus. I hope my map is completely visible everyone on the screen. And this is somehow considering the part of India where they are not only shifted, you can see the map, where they are completely come out with the northwest frontier, the lower Gangetic to upper Gangetic region. So they completely shifted their self on the same we can say from the northwest region till the the upper Gangetic region or the lower Gangetic region. Fine. Now examine the significance of the prehistorical we can say paintings found in India, and also trace the changes that occurred in the painting style during the period. Let me understand first of the question, everyone. The question they are completely asking about the examination, right? So what is happening in the examination, when we completely understanding the word examination, when we started to elaborating everything in a very different manner, right? It is a very important to explain the positive or the negative aspects of the question, everyone. Fine, I hope my screen is completely visible, everyone. And prehistoric painting found in India, and what is explaining when we discussing about the change. What is the change? For example, if I'll showing the again the image of the human evaluation, everyone, they are discussing about the prehistoric paintings and their change. They are discussing about the paintings and their change. So what we are going to discuss in the Australopithecus, when they are not able to make or made anything, they shifted when their mental ability, their we can say the mindset is completely definitely we can say when the mindset is completely expanded, when they are completely feel themselves more intellectual, definitely the paintings they are completely changed as per the need and as per the time that when they started to making. And in the paintings and the changes, we have a very good example of a Bhimbedka in MP, where we got a world oldest painting evidences. Fine, in the cave. We can see the cave paintings as well. Now also the traces and changes occurred in the painting style during the period. Now what about the prehistoric painting, everyone? You can see numbers of the paintings on the screen, where paintings of the screens completely providing you the different aspects, and we can say the different opinions of anything. You can see the cave paintings, you can see the bull, somehow they are representing the community togetherness, right? You can see the deers on the screen, everyone, sometimes they hunting the deers. You can see the example of a dog, and you can see the examples of the other primitives people when they are completely consider themselves in the Neolithic phases, the revolutionary time of the urban areas, right? The shifting, the equal settlements. You can see the images as well. You can see the caves, and you can see the Neolithic phases, right? So I would like to mention here, this painting is belonging from Paleolithic. This is again from Meso. Both the paintings are belonging from Neolithic, right? This is again the cave painting, right? And this is again the painting of a Paleolithic phase. Now, what are the prehistoric time phase? So first of all, prehistoric time phase is the largest phase of a human history. Largest phase of the human history, right? And what about the human history? Australopithecus, Homo erectus, Homo habilis, Homo sapiens, Homo sapiens sapiens, right? And during this period, the earth was still taking shape, and humans were evolving biological from primitives to the present form. That I already shown you the map, everyone. Now this period is also called the Stone Age, when we have a different time phase: Paleolithic, Meso and Neolithic. And the three phases, when we started to bifurcate it in more different phases, we have a upper, we have a lower, we have a middle as well. And Meso and Neolithic, the same basis we can say. No evidences for writing, everyone. When largest phases, no doubt prehistoric phase was the largest phases. Definitely we don't have any written evidences, everyone. So what we get an insight about the early humans. So when we don't have any written evidences, definitely we are expressing our feelings with the help of the paintings, right? That's why in this session we are going to discussing about the representation of the paintings. Good morning, Mr. Shankar. Right. And we get an insight about the early human life through the various artifacts made by them, such as stones, the bones, tools and the pottery ornaments, right? You can see everyone on the screen the prehistoric age of India in history. Just a minute. Right, in history. Right, this is the prehistoric, and sometimes we are describing in the proto-historic time phase. Fine. And what is the Paleolithic or Old Stone Age, everyone? This is completely based on what? This is completely when the human evaluation beginning of the phases, when they are completely not liable to live their own settled life, right? So what they are doing actually, they are completely considered as a nomad. They are completely considered as a nomad when they completely spending their life, right, by moving. कि आज 6 महीने यहाँ है, कल यहाँ पर है, कल यहाँ पर है. We don't have any fixed settled life, right? In the Mesolithic and the Middle Stone Age, when we definitely can say, and nomads somehow we can also consider as a hunters and the gatherers. Hunters and the gatherers. And what they are using? The stone tools, right? So what are the hunter and gatherers? When they started to kill the animals, and their survival is completely based on the wild animals, right? Wild animals, we can say the animals are living surrounding. Meso somehow is completely a shift in the human evaluation. How the shift is completely come out, everyone? The shift is completely come out when they started to spending their life. How they are spending? From nomad to a settled life. From nomad to a settled life, right? From nomad to a settled life, right? How they are happening actually when they started to completely not completely settled life set, right? They are nomad and they are settled life. It means when they started to surviving, when they started to spending their life in different time periods. Somehow when they started to settle life for 6 months. After that they are completely leave the place, they again shifted somewhere else. That I already showing you map, everyone, that the way they are migrating, themselves. So how they are migrating themselves, I would like to show you the map, everyone. This is somehow the part of the human evaluation, the migration we are talking. And you can say India. I hope this map is completely visible, everyone, on the screen, right? I would like to zoom the map first of all. Right, and you can see the position of India. I'm not talking about the whole world, but definitely if I'm talking about the human evaluation, definitely we are mentioning everything in a very whole manner. When we started to elaborating the points regarding Europeans migration in Europea from Africa from, we can say, the Arabian Sea to the northwest part, the upper Gangetic region and the lower Gangetic region, and different parts in Asia and Europe and Africa. But you can see on the screen, everyone, the migration, the Paleolithic phase, the Mesolithic and the Neolithic phase, that how the way they are migrating actually. Now, let's move everyone on the same slide. So what is happening actually when they started to doing hunting and gatherings, and when they started to settle their life, fine. And the specialization, we can say, and the speciality of the Mesolithic phases, when they are completely spending, when they are completely knowledgeable about making the tools, when they started to creating the mini tools, or we can say the miniatures as well, because they know definitely. You can see the human evaluation slides, everyone, on the screen, which I surely want to show you people. You can see in the Australopithecus phases, when they are completely not using any type of the tools, when they are completely dependent on the hunting and gatherings, that's it, right? Now in the Homo habilis, when they started to using the big stones, definitely भाई अगर मेरे हाथ में बहुत 10 किलो का पत्थर है तो मैं उसके डिस्टेंस को बहुत अच्छा नहीं बना पाऊंगा. सो व्हाट इज हैपनिंग एट द लास्ट, डेफिनेटली this is happening definitely in two condition. Either I was completely successful to kill the animal, और मेरे को फिर 4-5 दिन भूखा रहना पड़ेगा, ठीक है. Now in the Homo erectus, what is happening in the Homo erectus, when they are completely knowledgeable about to making the tools, right? You can see the tool the Homo erectus is carrying in his hand. Now let move ahead on the phases of the Homo. We can say the Mesolithic phases, when they started to creating the tools in very sharp nib, and when they started to completely knowledgeable, that they throw out the sharp nip tools from moreover 5 to 6 meter distance, so definitely it is completely successful to kill the animal, right? Fine. Now the Homo sapiens sapiens, when we are discussing about the modern human being, when the modern human being is completely dependent or started to spending their life on whom? On the agriculture, right? When they started to completely knowledgeable, what is the completely the relevance of the air, the complete relevance of the we can say food, the grains, the importance of the pottery, the importance of the artifacts. So how can they completely making the artifacts and the pottery, and how they are completely knowledgeable about everything, just because of the biological changes, just because of the biological changes, as well as the intellectual ability which is developing as per the time and as per the need, we can say, in the human evaluation. Because in the last session when we completely discussing about the time and the space, right, that how the time is traveling time to time, and how the space is completely differentiated with the each other. When we saw the differentiation between 5000 to completely in 10,000, in the 5000 time period, the mental ability of the human evaluation, the Homo habilis and the Homo erectus is completely changed, right? Now, let's move ahead, everyone. Let me discuss about the next phase of the Neolithic phase, everyone. That how the importance of the Neolithic phase is completely enhanced and increased, right? What I am saying, when they started to completely not spending their life on the settled life behalf, and when they are not completely spending their life on the nomads, right? So what is happening in the Neolithic phase? Neolithic phase is completely known as a new stone age, right? When they completely aware about to making the stones tools, when they started to completely using the bronze as well, when they started to make the sharp nib of the stones, right? And when they started to growing the grains, when they are completely aware about the agriculture, the wild animals, the pet animals, the caves, the shelter, and when they completely aware about the relevance of the rivers, right? So this is the whole advantage of the Neolithic phase, when they started to completely living their life on the edges of the rivers. In the Neolithic phase, we have a very good example of a Kashmir, we have a very good example of Burj Home, we have a very good example of Palwal as well. So you can correlate the things, that how the Kashmir, how the Burj Home, and we can say the Palwal and the MP area, how it is completely relevant and important. And we can say the Indus River part, the northwest region, why they are completely spending their life, because they completely aware about the relevance of the rivers, right? Because rivers are not only providing the water for the grains, but definitely with the help of the rivers, they can start to find out the new places time to time. Again, the question is come out with the, we can see the space and the time. The question is completely come out for the space and the time. The completely life is not settled, but still they are looking for their own survival, right? So Neolithic phase, we can say, somehow this phase is completely known as the revolution in the agriculture, everyone. Why this is completely known as a revolution when with the agriculture? Because the settled life they are spending, the settled life they started to spending, and their life is completely dependent on what? On the agriculture. So what they are, if they have completely a huge agriculture, they have a more grains, definitely they are looking for the storage. So they started to making the potteries, they started to making the artifacts, and they started to living for their own homes, shelters. And somewhere in the evidences, when we are looking for the barter system, when they started to creating the relationship with the different tribes areas, and how can they completely exchange the things with the far away of the rivers and the different phases of the rivers, जो जगहें बदली उन्होंने, right? So this is all about the phases of the Neolithic, that the human evaluation is not stagnant anywhere. The human evaluation is not stagnant anywhere. Somehow their stagnancy, their settlement is completely, we can say, the right away, when they are completely living their life in the settled way, when they are looking for their own survival, right? And that's why after Neolithic phase, when we are looking for the Chalcolithic age, and we can say the Harappan age, this is somehow when we are looking for the origination of the large, we can say the origination of the large civilization. We can say also the urban civilization, the people, when they have etiquettes, that how to behave, how to use the things. Then we are looking the relevance of the economy and the agriculture as well. So the relevance of the economy and the relevance of the agriculture is not new for the Harappan civilization. It is already prevalent earlier. If I am talking about from the beginning of the time of the Paleolithic phases, the hunter and the gatherers, the Mesolithic, when they're completely living the life of settled life, the nomads as well. And when we're discussing about the Neolithic phase, when they're completely relevantly spending their life on the agriculture. So you can analysis, you can completely judge the time phase, that how the things are completely working, how the economy, how the survival of the basic needs, food, shelter and cloth is important and relevant in three of the phases, right? No doubt in the Paleolithic phase we have a hunter and gatherers, but still they are looking for what? They are looking for the shelters. That's why we have a very good example of a Bhimbetka, the cave paintings as well. We have a very good example of the MP wala jitna bhi part hai hamara. We have a Bhopal, we have a rest of the we have the upper Gangetic section as well. So we have a numerous of the examples. And in the same basis on the Neolithic, Mesolithic phases, again we are completely realizing the importance of the agriculture, the importance of the collectings of the grains, that their life is not spending, their life is not completely dependent on what? Not only hunting and gatherings, but when they started to think, why they started to think? Because their biological enhancement of the minds and the intellectual ability somewhere is growing day to day life, right? You can see a very good example behind on my screen, everyone. That screen is somehow, the picture is somehow showing a very beautiful representation that how the people is surviving in the caves, and this is the picture of somehow the Mesolithic phases as well, everyone, right? And somehow in the Paleolithic and the Mesolithic and the Neolithic phases, we have somehow looking the differentiation of the tools making, right? In the Paleolithic phases, when we are looking for a heavy and burdened tools, later on Mesolithic, when we started to using the sharp nib tools, so we have a very good example of fisheries also. And Neolithic phases, when the life is completely based on your agriculture production, when we are looking for your settled life, and they started to spending their life in different areas, specifically when moreover of the evidences we are collecting, we are getting from the lower Gangetic region, right? Why lower Gangetic region? Because lower Gangetic region somehow we completely a very fertile area where we can grow anything, where we can grow anything, we can find the ways also, we can shift one place to another places, we have a different routes as well. So somehow Neolithic phase is completely a phase where the human evaluation and the progress of the human evaluation, body and mindset is completely relevant or intellectually going to be progress in the phase of progress day to day life, right? Right. Okay, everyone. Now let's move ahead. History of art. If I'm discussing about what is the history of art, so I'm not going in a very depth manner, because I already explained to everyone that what is the relevance of the art and how the art is completely working, everyone. So see, the history of art, if I'm discussing about the reference of the history, right? What is the reference of the history if I'm discussing? Art is somehow the representation of, we can say, representation of your ideas, your techniques, your we can say your ideology as well, the way you are looking the things, everyone. Fine. So what about the visual arts? If I'm already giving the example of the cave paintings, right? If we have a painting, sculptures and the architecture, you have a very good example of a dancing Lord Shiva, right, on the screen, everyone, right? Fine. And literary arts, I already discussing you. So what is what is understand with the history? When say the history of art usually refers to the history of the visual arts, the paintings we can say, the sculptures we can say, and the architecture we can say, and it terms also encompasses the theory of the visual arts, right? Performing arts we can say all as well. An art of attempts and objective survey of an art throughout the human history, and the field of art history. The Western paintings, in the Western paintings we have a very good example of Mona Lisa. We have a very good paintings which is made by completely by Leonardo da Vinci. And the we can say the high Renaissance period, when we have a European Renaissance period, when we are looking for more paintings, more literature and more awakening and more development in the human fields. We can say the human knowledge or human intellectuality. Right now, prehistoric art. What is prehistoric art? If I'm saying prehistoric art, historic, it means if I'm completely bifurcated both the words, we can say the pre, it means before, pehle, right, and historic, which is already completely considered in the history formation, which is already existing right? When it is completely giving the information of the past. So global and pre-literate origins of human artistic. What about the achievements? What we are achieving actually? For example, somehow in the history, when we are discussing about the achievements are basically dependent on your events, right? So what you achieving, right? For example, in the present time, if you achieving a best global world, that you are a best human being in the world, definitely you will started to think, definitely you will started to visualize, definitely you will started to making the ideologies that how and where I definitely existing my words, that I am going to be become a very a global human being in the present time. Attempts of which appear to have been made about 35,000 BC, and we have a very good example of a African rock art, right? In European countries, in India, if I am discussing, I already giving the example of a MP Bhimbetka, everyone, right? Prehistoric period chronological. So history of a human settles in India goes back to prehistoric time. We don't have any written evidences. Archaeological departments under HRD studies these evidences. And what are the archaeological evidences? The evidences that we got from the excavations. Like pottery, we have inscriptions, we have coins, we have statues, we have sculptures, right? And this period is also known as a Paleolithic or pre-Stone Age, when the people are looking for what? Hunting and gathering. Hunters and gatherers, right? When they don't have any settled life. And in India, Paleolithic age finding experiment was started. Robert Brucefoot in 13th May 1863. Mr. Robert was the first person in 1863 who completely consolidated, who completely explaining, who completely giving the knowledge about prehistoric time phase. And somehow when he started to elaborating that how we are getting everyone, how we can getting the knowledge of everyone, how the cave paintings, the we can see the achievements, the way they are hunting and gatherings, the information we are getting from the paintings, the visual arts, from everything. So Robert is somehow giving the clue of the people that this is the somehow is a part of to getting the knowledge of, to know the prehistoric phase of the India, fine, which is completely non-returnable, and we don't have any more examples except of visualization, except of paintings, except of the settled life, or we can say the agriculture or the pottery. Now the Paleolithic versus Mesolithic and the Neolithic. So Paleolithic was old, Meso is mid, and Neo is Neolithic is. So we can say stone use at a very basic thing, sharper with flint and add wooden hand axe. कुल्हाड़ी कभी अगर आपने देखी होगी, somehow you can correlate with it, right? And gathering plants, seeds and fruits, cooked with fire, everyone, this is the relevant point, right? Art, cave painting, religion, that we have a very good example of Bhimbetka MP. Created oral languages and migration of a people over land bridge, right? When we can say the nomads, what we can say? The nomads, fine. Now the Middle Stone Age, Ice Age ends, right? When the Ice Age ends, definitely when we start again we started to expand ourselves, right? And from and in the Old Stone Age, why we are not expanding ourselves? Because in the Icy age age we cannot expand, we cannot grow anything. That's why our life is not settled at all, fine. Here when the Ice Age is end, more migration is happening. New tool like hooks for the fishing, spears, bows and the arrows, right? Better above ground the houses, and canoes travel on the rivers and lakes, and pottery and pets. So we have again very good examples. If we have examples of a pottery, why we are looking for the pottery? Why we are making the storages? In the Harappan ages, we have a very good example of a Lothal. We have a very good example of a factories which we got from Chahundro as well. So what is the need of the pottery? We are looking for the pottery because we want to store the grains, right? Why we are looking to store the grains? Because in the Mesolithic phase, we are going to completely spending the life of settled life. We are not going to nomad now. We are not going to move after 3 months or 5 months. We are completely looking for more over the survival and settlement of 6 to 8 months, right? Now, and the pet animals, when I earlier I am giving the example of a pet animals, that how the that we got the example of a dogs, we are getting the example of a bull, and we are getting the example of a deer as well. Right. Now, the new stone age, begin of use of we can say metal change from the food gathering to food. Now, and यहाँ पर domestication began in the Southwest Asia, that I already giving the example, that how the food is completely growing from the northwest section and how it is completely, you know, capturing the lower Gangetic region and the upper Gangetic region as well. And stay in a one place, development of the towns, right? Stay in a one place, developed on a one town. Again, we can say when they are looking for the settled life, everyone. Development of religion and megalithics, the we can say the heavy stone age, we can say, and nature of gods and pray to the ancestors. And who were gods actually for the Neolithic phases people, we can say the when they started to worship about the nature, we can say the wind, the air, the fire, the rain, the rivers. And it is a very interesting factor, everyone. This is completely prevalent in 21st century as well. If I am giving the example of a Patna, Bihar, the Chhat Puja we have, when we started to worshipping about the waters, when we start to worship about the fire, right, in the Hindu religion, not only Hindu religion, I think maximum of the religion in India, I mean prevalent in the world level, they are completely adopting still the worship of the nature, right. Worship of the nature doesn't mean that we are getting the something from the nature, but definitely it is showing the connectivity, it is showing the love to the nature. And definitely somehow nature is completely a matter of respect as well, because if we are not respecting, definitely we are getting somehow a very हम कह सकते हैं कि जो चीजें हमारे फेवर में नहीं है, it is not completely in our favor, and the result is completely come out before last 2 years when we saw the output of the COVID. We saw already, we have got the results of a COVID, like we have a number of viruses we have in these days already. So we can say the praise of God and ancestors. And already I am showing you the image of Lord Shiva, the dancing Lord Shiva, you can see on the screen, everyone. And one more thing which I would like to show you, everyone, the paintings on the screen, right? Just a minute. You can see, everyone, when we're discussing about the pet animals, when we're discussing about the wild animals, when we're looking for the cave paintings and architecture, when we're looking for a Mesolithic phase, everyone, that you can see on the screen. There we can see the achievements. We can say through hunting a deer is somehow is a medium of achievement, and somehow it is completely a representation of anything on the caves, right? Or representation of any wall. Fine. Now these are the examples you can see. Okay. Changing way of a life, because your question is completely asking about the change. So in this slide we will try to understand the changes happening from Paleolithic to Mesolithic, Mesolithic to Neolithic, and how it is completely correlating with each other. Right, Paleolithic phase, which I already told you, this was the phase is completely icy age. Just because of the icy age or ice age, it is difficult to expand, everyone. And when, how and why we are, and when we started to expanding ourselves in the time phase of a Mesolithic, you can take the time phase of a 10,000 to 8,500 BC, right? So let's begin to explaining the slide. We are going to completely discussing the changes of Paleolithic to Meso to Neolithic, how it is completely happening. When art and culture, we are going to bifurcate three of the phases on the behalf of art and culture. First of all, art and crafts, right? This is the time phase of a 70,000 to 12,000 BC, when we're looking for a painted grey cave walls and usually painting the animals, right? Why? Because Paleolithic phase era, the life of the people is completely based on the nomads, or we can say the hunting and the gatherings, when they are not completely spending the settled life, right? Let's shift in the Mesolithic phases, everyone. This phase is completely related with the 10,000 to 8,500, right? You can see the differentiation between moreover 50 years, moreover 50,000 years, right? And what they are doing, they started to made the pottery and cave the painting. It means when we discussing about nomad as well as the settled life, not complete settled life. Fine. Now Hunter now in the Neolithic phase, what they are happening when they started to made the potteries, and why they are made the potteries? Because somehow they are looking for the storage of the grains. Why the storage of the grains? Because they are spending their life completely in a very subtle manner, right? So objects from wood, built settlers and the tombs. And why they are looking for a built settlers and the tombs? When we are giving the example of a Burj home Kashmir, when we are looking for the tombs, that how they are completely looking for survival, for a long survival, right? Obtaining food, right? Again, we can say the crafts, the settled life, the food and the adapting of the surroundings. It means these are the basic needs when we are looking for food, the shelter, and we can say the clothes, right? Hunter animals gather nuts, berries and the grains. Hunter gatherer plants store food for later use. It means it is showing the definition of a settlement somehow. Begin the farming, again in permanent villages, raised and herded the animals, and adapting. We can say adapting to surroundings. It means what is happening in the surroundings. Lamed to be make fire. The invention of fire, we can say, happening in the Paleolithic phase. Development of the languages when they started to using the oral developments, right? And created a simple tools and settlers when they are using the heavy burdened stone tools, stone tools, definitely. And when we shifted in the Mesolithic phase, settled villages located near where the rivers and the lakes used bows and arrows and other simple tools began in the taming animals, and built mud bricks, right, houses, places of the worship, had specialized jobs, created jobs. It means what? When the male and the female completely bifurcated their own work, right? And more complex tools out to copper and the bronze. Copper and bronze, why they are looking? Copper and bronze, because with the help of the wood, it is very difficult to clean all the settle, we can say the gardens, and we can say it is very difficult to cut the plants, everyone. It is very difficult to with the help of wood, it is very difficult. It is never ever helpful in growing participation of the agriculture. But copper and bronze, definitely, if your land is so fertile, it is a sufficient tool for working as a helpful weapon in the agriculture, the copper and the bronze, right? So there is a differentiations, we can say, in the in the Paleolithic, in the Mesolithic and in the Neolithic phase, everyone. Right, now you can see on the screen, I already explained to you, everyone, approaches. So what we are going to choose the approach, everyone, when we are discussing about the explanation of the prehistoric painting significances, when we are discussing about the importance, the factors, the, we can say, the aims as well, and what is the need, we can say as well, and what these paintings tells about the prehistoric life. Tells about means what? When we are discussing about the we can say the daily life, prehistoric life, and the help understand the social life of the mankind, right? Social life of the mankind. Fine. And changes when we're discussing about the Paleolithic, then Mesolithic, then Neolithic. And what we're discussing in the Paleolithic, when we're discussing about the social, their economic, and their we can say the social life. When we're discussing about the food, shelter and clothes, right? Mesolithic, when we're discussing about their own settled life, and Neolithic, when we're discussing about the complete era is based on your we can say definitely your settled life, when we're looking for the agriculture, the revolution of the agriculture, everyone. Fine. Now conclusion, why highlights that the influence the future art theme. What we are doing, we're discussing about the changes, right? And the changes is completely correlating what? These changes is completely, and what the changes we are discussing here, we are discussing about the changes in the paintings, in the paintings. So what they are saying, that how you can correlate and how you can look at the changes in the future, in the future era, right? So it is a vast traveling, and changes in what? Changes where we are looking for the changes. We are completely looking for the changes in Paleolithic phases, in Mesolithic phases, in Neolithic phases, and we are looking the complete wholesome area, Wholesome area of what? The modern, the ancient, we can say, the modern, the medieval and the modern time phase. That's why we are separately studying the whole art and architecture, and we are looking the whole structure of art and architecture and the development of art and architecture time to time in the prehistoric, in the proto-historic, in the medieval, in the ancient, in the medieval and the modern phases. Fine. So we are looking for different phases, everyone. Okay, let's move ahead now. Prehistoric periods, you can see the screen, everyone. Okay, I hope my screen is completely audible and visible. Now, let's move ahead on prehistoric paintings, prehistoric period. Paleolithic period, the old stone age, Mesolithic, the middle stone age and the Neolithic age, right? You can see the images, everyone. I hope these images are completely clear to everyone. You are completely see in the Paleolithic period what we are looking, when we are looking for what? When we are looking for hunting and gatherings. Hunter and gatherers, hunting or gatherers, right? Mesolithic phase is what? So you can judge when you are looking for hunting and gatherings, that how it is completely working. You can see the paintings, everyone, on the screen. I hope this is completely clear to everyone. You can see a horse on the screen which is completely painted by the hunter and the gatherers. It means it is somehow showing is what? The representation of the art, the representation of the paintings, the visualization and the achievements. Fine. Now let's move ahead in Mesolithic, when we are discussing about the hunting, the gatherings plus the settled life. When they are looking for what? When they started to hunting the animals and as well as they are looking for their own settled life, right? Now what about the Neolithic period, everyone? Neolithic period is somehow looking for a new stone age, where they are looking for their own the shelters, when they are completely belonging with their own agricultural revolution. Introduction. Prehistoric period in the early developed to the human beings, commonly known as the old stone age, Paleolithic age. No paper or no languages when we're discussing about the oral languages, everyone. The written word, we don't have any evidences, and books, documents, paintings on the wall, canvas was the way. What they are? This is the way of expression. This is a somehow the expression, we can say, an artistic creation in such a times, right? When we are looking for what they are want to express. Expression is what? The human feelings. Their ideas and their techniques. Right, I hope this is completely clear, everyone. Okay. What about the body? Significance of prehistoric body. Significance of prehistoric body is what? Right. Significance when we're discussing what? When we're discussing about need. Okay. When we're discussing about need, the aim, the importance, the reasons, right? And one more thing, and what we are going to discuss, the wholesome, we are discussing about the factors. Okay, so we can say paintings were early human visual record of their day-to-day life as subjects of their drawings were human figures, the human activities, the human figures the human activities, the geometric designs and the animal symbols, right, in Paleolithic phase. Fine. And what about this helped us to understand the early human beings, their lifestyle, what we can say, their own basic needs, right, their food and their habits, right. When we're discussing about the food, the shelter and the clothes. Clothes are specifically in Neolithic phase, not in Paleolithic or not in Mesolithic. Daily activities, when we're discussing about the achievements, when we're discussing about the participation, right, of men and women. Above all, they help us understand their mind, the way they thought, What we're discussing? We're discussing about the human evaluation. We already discussed about their own representation of the paintings, right? Human thoughts, we can say. Let me show you the one image, everyone. You can say, everyone, the Paleolithic phase, the human thoughts, we can say, when they're completely portraying anything or any of the paintings on the caves directly. Now, what about the Mesolithic phase? When we're discussing about the human thoughts in Mesolithic phases, they are completely showing themselves by hunting the animals. Neolithic period, when we are discussing about the human thoughts of Neolithic phases, definitely what they are doing when they are looking for the settled life. So we have a different thought process in different time phases. Next, we can say prehistoric period remains as a great witness to the evaluation of human civilized through the numerous rock weapons, tools and ceramics. Thus, creation helped trace our present culture practices by studying how they evolved over time, right? Now, humans are rarely depicted in the caves. Where the caves, the Paleolithic phase, when we're discussing about the hunting and the gatherings, right? When they are shown, they are drawn as a cartoon, like a silhouette, right? You can see on the screen, everyone. This is somehow the very good example of it. And close up on the image of the dead human figure. You can see on the screen as well. This is the only representation of a human in the cave. Lascaux, France. It is an image of the dead man. This image from France. Cave, referred to as the shaft of the dead man. Fine. Now, Lascaux cave painting, you can see, everyone. The painting you can easily see on the screen. This is somehow the definition of a Lascaux painting screen. Fine. You can see on the screen. And I hope this is completely relevant painting, I can say. The cave is the most decorated to all the fold, we can say, found, connecting nearly 2000 figures, right? And this is the somehow a very, when we are completely presenting the hall of the bulls, when we are looking for the bulls in the groups. Fine. And one of the bulls of 5.2 meters long, we can see on the screen, largest, we can say, the animal discovered so far in the cave art, right? So this is a very, we can say, very good example as well, that the painting that I am showing you on the screen, this is somehow a 17 feet long, right? Additionally, the bulls appear to be in motion, to be in the motion. This is somehow the specialty of the Lascaux painting. Now, the cave painting of a Lascaux is what is discovered in 1941, and you can see on the screen, everyone. This is somehow moreover 17 feet of the paintings. This is the first surprising founding painting. Caves, southern France and northern Spain. France and Spain have numerous of the paintings to well preserved many scholars, right? First thought they had been created at the much later date. Unlikely they are very first works of the art ever created. They are far from too sophisticated. Now, changes, when we're discussing about the complete changes. So what we are going to discuss? We are going to discuss to correlating each and everything. with your techniques, with your themes and your superimposition. Paintings can be classified below, which involved in the preceding ones. Upper Paleolithic age, so it is a very important to differentiate the ages first of Paleolithic in upper, in middle and lower, then later on the Mesolithic, again upper, middle and lower, and Neolithic, again it is upper, middle and lower, right? So we are discussing about different paintings in different phases, right? So linear representation in green, dark, red or huge animals figure such as bisons, elephant, tigers, rhinos and boars. Few are wash paintings, and the green paintings are for dancers and the red stones of the hunters, right? You can see on the screen, everyone. Changes, we are discussing about the changes, right? Review the PowerPoint images of your animal. You can say animal of the Paleolithic art projects. You can see on the screen. This is the oldest animal image, bull, which is prevalent more over 70 feet of the we can say the bull. Later on we are not getting any information of it later on. Mesolithic phases, you can see on the screen, everyone. 2011 it is completely published. You can say themes are multiple but the paintings are smaller in size. Hunting scenes predominant, animal were painted in naturalistic style. Simple rendering of scenes of the environment in which of the artistic lived. Fine, now you can see on the screen, everyone, which is completely Yes, Rahul Jangir, this is completely for English medium, but it doesn't mean that you are not going to join us. It's completely up to you. If you really want to join us, definitely you can join us. And this is not specifically for English medium. It is completely dependent on your understanding, that how much you understand the language. Because you people know that language is completely playing a very crucial role in UPSC attempts. So it is completely on you, Rahul Jangir. If you are completely interested, you can completely attend the lecture. And our English is not so much complex that you are not getting actually, right? It is completely up to you what you want to do. Okay, Rahul. Now, okay, community activities like dancing. Community activities like dancing, children playing provide a common theme, various colors they are using, and some caves for exclusively dedicated painting, right? So you can see the first image on the screen, everyone. This is completely the painting is devoted, we can say. Some caves were exclusively, we can say, dedicated to the painting. So this is one of the painting you can see on the screen, which is completely, I think, authentic as well. This is the next image you can see on the screen, everyone. This is the somehow a part of a Mesolithic phase, and this is somehow a Neolithic phase. The way they are spending their life. These are the cave paintings. And what about the conclusion, everyone? How we can conclude the things? Such, we can say, the mastering techniques of paints thus continue to influence what they are discussing about the continue influence. If I'm saying that we are looking for the changes, and changes is continually influence, not the Paleolithic, not the Mesolithic, not the Neolithic. Later on, it is completely ancient, medieval, modern, and it is a time for a postmodernism. Now, status figures and evident in the Indus Valley. So what we did actually, why we want to conclude the lecture specifically for the paintings, right? Why? Because we are looking only for the art form of prehistoric time phase, right? Prehistoric phases we have a Paleolithic, Mesolithic and Neolithic, everyone, right? और उसके बाद prehistoric phases में it is very important to discuss about the historical facts and figures, right? Historical facts and figures, it is very important to add and discuss, right? When we're discussing about the ideas, Visuals. The word art is derived is the arti, the craft and the guilds of the Italian Renaissance. Association, inventiveness and association, everyone. Then we're discussing about the techniques and materials. Study of art and history. Study of history of art is a relatively recent phenomena prior to the Renaissance. The modern concept of art did not exist, and art was used to refer the workmanship by the, we can say, the workmanship by the generally anonymous traders people. Present era has accepted the art of the past. What we are looking for, the again the changes. So how the paintings completely changes in these days, when we can see the present era has accepted the art of the past and other culture or an unprecedented scale. What is the art history? We can see the story of art that stretches back earliest forms of the visuals by the humans. But we are discussing about the human evaluation first of all. When we're discussing about their the progress of mindset and their body developments, right? Later on, art can be in the form of an object or building, can consist of a monument, mural, glorify, painting that was likely never ever viewed as the art of its maker. Art historians, we can say, examine what they examine the work of art from many different angles, the historical and the cultural aspects, everyone, right? Artistic, the period style, the manipulation of the material. So what is happening actually when you're discussing about the historical aspects of the anything, you have to be mention each and every dimension and how the art is prevalent actually. So it is very important. Iconography, where it is completely descriptive in study, right? And the classification and description, we can say describe, sorry, them from the representation, relating them to the textual sources. When we're discussing about descriptive study of the images, right? When we are discussing the writtens. And what about the iconology? Iconology is somehow a particular progress to thought, its author or predominant movement, we can say, in the history. Study of objects, we can say, right? Study of branch is art like a history, iconography and iconology. Art and communication. Again, I told you what is the meaning of a communication. When one person is discussing the things with them, his or her frontier person. So what is happening actually when it is completely providing the ideas and the feelings, right? It is somehow providing the ideas and the feelings that everyday words cannot express, right? So your ideas, your feelings, and sometimes your ideas and feelings completely come in the form of art when you started to making anything. Art doesn't mean about painting only. We have a different we can approaches as well. We have in paintings we have a numbers of the dimensions of it, right? And ideas is somehow is what is doing. Ideas is somehow the improvement and the representation of their art which is representing in front of the people. Right, so this is the image of the prehistoric phases, everyone. This is the image of the prehistoric phases. Is there any doubt still in I think I already completed two answer writing set. If you have any doubt, you can ask me now. If you have any doubt, you can ask me. Now let me discuss about the philosophy of Jainism. Whenever I am discussing about the philosophy of Jainism, doesn't mean that I am going to elaborate everything about Jainism, the religion. No, Mr. Shankar, I am not from Rajasthan. Now, Jainism philosophy, when I am discussing about Jainism philosophy, doesn't mean that it is representing somehow the key factors and the key words of your religious aspects of Jainism. It is definitely revising you people about the philosophy of Jainism, because it is very important to differentiate both the things. That how you can differentiate, when you start to differentiate it and when you start to get to know what is the knowledge and what is the definition of Jain's philosophy, and how we can differentiate the Jain philosophy religion, right? Definitely Jain religion is completely impacted on Jain philosophy, but definitely doesn't mean that we are going to consolidate both the terms, the Jain philosophy as well as the Jain religion, right? So in this session, in this answer writing, we are just going to elaborate everything. We are just going to understand what is Jain philosophy, how the Jain philosophy completely impacted the social, the economy, the cultural, the administrative, the political aspects. And in that ways, in this way specifically, we are just going to elaborate everything, that how the relevance of the Jain philosophy is completely enhanced in these days, and how Jain philosophy completely impacted the present scenario for 21st century, and how we can how we can mentally, physically grow up, how we can empower ourselves, how we can make our more how definitely we can make ourselves more pure, right? With the help of the philosophy of Jainism. So it is a very relevant and very important concepts, everyone, and where we will understand the religious aspects of the religion, but definitely we will try to connect the Jain philosophies with overall scenarios. In the day before session, I already explained you about Buddhist religion, right? Where we are going to discussing about the Jain philosophy and by Jain philosophy and the relevance in the present time, right? You can see on the screen, everyone. Mr. Shankar, first of all, I think I'm not taking the session of science at all, right? So this is the session of the history actually, right? I think in the previous session you saw a number of the slides of the human evaluation, the australopithecus, and when I'm discussing about the biological changes, it doesn't mean that I'm teaching science. That I already told you, history is somehow a very interdisciplinary approach subject, which is showing the broadness of the subjects, right? I am completely teaching the history section, somehow the informative videos of the history section, which is completely related with history as well. And sometimes definitely I'm taking the section of the current affairs. So today's session is completely based on the current affairs monthly revision part 2, and I'm just pursuing the same lecture, we can say, that I'm taking from last 2 or 3 days on the answer writing session, because the answer writing is important, because our mains paper is completely going to be held in September. Fine. So there is a differentiation. Kindly observe everything. Don't stop following everything blindly कि कुछ भी चल रहा है तो हम कुछ भी मान लेते. Human evaluation is completely not based on your scientific approaches. Somehow it is completely different from science and completely different from history, but it is completely depend on your perspective, the way you are understanding the things. Fine. And one more thing, the way you are asking from where I belong, it's not none of your concern. The focus on the concern I feel on the subject of the part, and if you any comment, any question, you can ask me in the comment box while asking my address and my personalities. Now, so let's begin again the session. I'm just going to take on the Jain's philosophy that I already explained you about Jain philosophies. Mr. Ravi, very good morning. Mr. Shankar, I hope this is the time to focus on the concept and the content as well. This is not the time for asking any irrelevant question right now. This is not about railway and Bihar. This is completely a UPSC English medium channel where we are going to take the sessions on the UPSC relevant contents and subjects. Fine. Okay. So I already explained you everyone the differentiation between the philosophy and the religion. So it is very important to understand the philosophical achievements of the Jainism and the religious aspects of the Jainism. We cannot consolidate the both the terms, that how the Jainism is working and how the philosophy of Jainism is working. But definitely in this session we will try to correlate the Jainism philosophy in the present time, the relevance of the present time, and in this session we will try to, in this specifically answer writing approach, we are just going to discuss about the different dimensions of the Jain's philosophy, that how the Jain philosophy is completely connected with the your cultural your social, first of all your again we can say social, cultural, religion, your administrative, your polity, and how the administrative and the polity is completely providing the systematic approach of social and economic social society and the economy. And we will try to correlate the origination of the religion, how the origination of the religion completely impacted the present society, and we will try to correlate Jain's philosophy from the last we can say the past years, we can say the modern phases, when the numbers of the religions are completely originated, and one of the religion which is completely prominent, important of the Jain philosophies. So we will try to connect the things, we will connect the philosophies, and philosophy is completely based on your, we can say, the reformation, your enlightenment, and somehow when we start to preaching something relevant, completely related with the human reformation, enlightening the people, enlightening the society. And this is not the past term, actually in the 21st century definitely we are needy of all these terms. We are still looking for the improvement, we are looking for our soul, we are looking for the concentration, we are still looking for the mental health as well. So this is all about this the short introduction of the Jain's philosophies. I hope this session is completely helpful for further mains answer writing. And why it is important, everyone, specifically of the Jainism and Buddhism, numbers of the question they asked in the mains perspective from 2017 to 2021. If you somewhere look at out the previous year papers, which I am already mentioned you numbers of the time, that previous year papers are somehow showing the transparency of the question and somehow showing the judgments of the question. So it is completely must to everyone to look at the previous year paper. Jainism philosophy and Buddhism philosophy, दो prominent हमारे religion ऐसे हैं which is completely based on the philosophical terminologies, the we can say the involvement, we can say the contribution of the religion in the society, the philosophy in the society as well. And Jainism and philosophy is also important because this philosophy is never ended actually, and that's why somehow we can say UPSC or the administrative examinatory body, they are sometimes making the question on it directly, right? So let's begin. In this session we are going to discuss about the impacts first of all, right? I'm not going to explain the depth analysis of Jainism religion because I already done. So those students not watch the session, kindly go and watch the session, everyone. Now in this session I'm just going to discuss about the impact of the philosophy as in the society and in the economy, in the polity, as per the perspective of the culture, as the perspective of the religion, right? Now, so what is the approach of the question? We are just going to approach about the explanation, relation between religion and environment. Religion, that I already told you that religion is where it means that looking for idol worship only, right? Religion is somehow showing the ideology, right? In India is specifically, I'm talking about India, is somehow is a very diverse country. We are looking for numbers of the religion. We have a Christianity, we have a Hinduism, Jainism, Buddhism, Ajivaks, Christianity. We have a numbers of a religion. Every religion have its own importance. Every religion have own philosophy, right? So it is a very important to discuss about the environment. Environment, it means we are going to connect the environment impact with the economy, because somehow the policy of the Jainism, the policy of the philosophy, the Jainism's philosophy is completely based on the non-violence, right? Non-violence doesn't mean that we are killing anyone, we are against the battle, we are against the wars. Non-violence, we can say, policy of the Jainism or the philosophy of the Jainism is completely based on anything, right? That you cannot harm and you cannot harm anyone in your life, and explain how environment concerns can be addressed through their Jain philosophy. And stately, we can say, we have to explain about the significance. Whenever the question is directly asked on the examination, the significance, it is somehow definitely correlating your importance, your needs, your aims, your objectives, your regions, and your factors are working behind, specifically behind the question, and trying to be resolve the various social and environmental problems. Again, I am talking about the interdisciplinary approach, because we cannot differentiate the society with economy, we cannot differentiate economy with environment, we cannot differentiate economy and environment with political and with the administrative approaches, right? Now, religious philosophies. So in this session we are just not only focusing on the problems of the social and environment problems, but definitely we will try to resolve, we will definitely find out the conclusion at the last, that how the Jain philosophies is completely contributing in the environment, and how the environment is completely make our economy, make our society more prosperous and more enhanced and more better, right? So let's begin, everyone. You can see on the map, first of all, this is the centers of the Jainism today, right? The day before session I already mentioned about the Buddhism, where I already discussed that moreover 3.8 billion of the people in the whole world focusing on the Buddhism, because Buddhism is not discussing about is what? On non-violence and the equality, but somehow is completely discussing about the upliftment and the empowerment of the people, not empowerment of the women specifically, right? On the same way, Jainism is not flourished like Buddhism, we can say surely, but definitely we cannot ignore the importance of the Jainism, because when we discussing about the comparison of Jainism and Buddhism, there is a somehow we can say there is a very less differentiation in both the religion, Jainism as well as in the Buddhism, right? But in the Jainism, it is very important to discuss about the features. It is very important to discussing about the orthodox approach of the Jainism. We cannot ignore about Shravan Belgola. We cannot ignore the south section, you can say, the Western Ghats as well, where specifically in the geographical context Jainism is completely flourished, right? And in the we can say the areas where Jainism are 2 to 7% of the population, specifically for India, you can say the all about the western part, the Bombay section, we can say the New Delhi, and the rest of the part is only rest of the part we cannot say the whole India, but only the western part or the rest of the western side, the Arabian Sea. These are of the parts are completely captured by the influenceness of the Jainism. That's it, right? So that's why I'm saying that we cannot completely comparison Jainism Buddhism, because Buddhism is completely flourished, right, as per the comparison of Jainism. Religion is the most primitive source of ethics, right? And what is the source when we're discussing about the information? And what is the information of the Jainism when we're discussing about the literature? Right, we have a very good example like Bhagavati Sutra, where we are not only mentioning about the principles of the Jainism, but somehow they are mentioning about the 16 Mahajanpadas, their flourishness, their geographical extent, how Jainism is working actually. And society could attribute its culture and practice to the religion, right? Society is making by whom? The people, the people of India is specifically making the society. And society, again, interdisciplinary approach, we can say completely dependent as well on your cultural practices. So we cannot differentiate the society and culture with each other. Now, that's why we are going to choose the two prominent points to solve the purposes. The first is legitimacy and enforceability, right? Enforceability is what? When we started to enforcing someone to choose or to adopt anything. And what is the legitimacy? Legitimacy is completely, we can say, changed as per the need or as per the time. As I giving the example of Buddhism, that how Buddhism is completely impacted in society and how the social aspects of Buddhism is completely impacted by Buddhism, right? As per the same example, if I am taking of the Jainism, definitely Jainism is not flourished like Buddhism, but definitely if I am discussing about the legitimacy, the moreover 100 years of the flourishness of the Jainism in India is completely influenced the society and the religion perspective of the people, right? And the solutions to our social and environment, it means what? With the legitimacy, with the enforceability, with the social contribution attitudes and the religious aspects and religious philosophies of the Jainism, we will try to find out the solution. It is completely a very big deal that how the religion is completely providing you the solution, right? Somehow in India in the present time we are just looking the religion as a very rigid in the form, in numbers of the TV channels, in numbers in the newspapers we are showing, we are sometimes giving the examples of the Hindu, Muslim and this and that, but it is a very I can say in a very new line, it is very important concern as well that religion is somehow providing the solution as well. How it is possible? When the social and the environmental problems, what are the social problems in the Jainism if I am discussing in the social context, when I are still looking the equal status, when we are still looking for the equal status, because in the present time 21st century still we are more democratic, when we are more literate, we have more facilities, we are more developed, but still we are looking and we are still suffering with the equal status, not only in the society but on the name, on the and we started to discriminate the people on their caste and on their religion, right? What about the environment? We are developing in these days definitely, but what about the environment? The way we are developing, the more we are developing, definitely we are just in harming the environment, and just we are harming the environment. We already saw the example of COVID-19 earlier from past 2 years, still we are suffering with it, right? So how can we trace the philosophy of Jainism? We can see on the next slide everyone, Jainism and the concept of God. Let me give the quick conclusion that how the Jainism and how the concepts of God is working actually, right? That I already told you, we cannot going to compare the Jainism religion with the Jainism philosophy, right? Because the philosophy and the religion, they both are different concepts. Why? Because philosophy of Jainism is what? Is looking for the non-violence. If I am giving the statement of a non-violence in London, America and Africa, definitely maybe the non-violence definition is same in India, definitely same as for the Africa and the European countries, right? But if I am saying that you have to choose the Jainism, it is mandatory to choose Jainism in Africa, London, America, maybe definitely I can say people are not going to adopting forcefully, no one is going to adopt the Jainism religion. That's why I'm already again and again saying you that we are not going to correlate both the things. We are not going to consolidate Jainism religion and Jainism philosophy with each other. But somehow in this session, because we are just providing me the broad concept, so it is very important to understand what is the religion of Jainism actually, what is the God concept of religion, God concept of Jainism in it. So let's we can discuss about Buddhism. Jainism also does not acknowledge the existence of as an universe, God who is responsible for all creation and its maintenance. The concept of God is completely neglected and ignored by Jainism as well as Buddhism, right? And no, the world is uncreated, right? World is completely uncreated, and how we can create it? We are creating our world with our thoughts, right? Doesn't mean that world is creating is completely based on materialistic things. It is completely uncreated because we are just creating our whole world just because of our thoughts, right? Time itself is without a beginning and without an end, uncreated and indestructible. It endures our compulsions of its own nature, divided into three sections: hell, earth and heaven, right? Hell, earth and heaven. And as per the philosophy of Jainism and Buddhism, what is Jainism and Buddhism is saying, we definitely improve our hell, definitely we can improve our earth, and definitely we can make more we can definitely make our heaven more fruitful and more better with our karmas, right? And what is the definition of the heaven in the Jainism? When we're discussing about the future aspects of future betterment of the human beings. Why? Because somehow Jainism and Buddhism definitely working on the humanity and always saying that humanity is completely above of the religion, right? We cannot correlate that religion is everything. Fine. They acknowledge the existence of the higher beings called arthas, and arhats do not take any interest in the affairs of the world, right? Arthas, when we're looking for the salvation, when we're looking for the mukti, the nirvana, the kaivalya in the language formation of the Jainism. The God, on the other hand, keep a watch on the activities of the world. Definitely, God is completely looking the activities of the people, the way we react, the way we are doing. If we are doing the hard work, definitely we will going to succeed later on. But if we are not doing anything, we are just looking कि चीजें चल कर आएंगी और हमें मिल जाएंगी, so it's not possible everywhere, right? And it is a universal truth, right? It's a universal truth. Anywhere you are surviving, either on the earth, either on the hell, either in the heaven, your whole of the life is completely going to be more comfortable if you are doing something for your own comfort, right? Now, teachings of Jainism, how the teachings of Jainism is working actually. Fine. The teachings of Jainism, somehow definitely we can correlate teachings of Jainism with the philosophy of the Jainism. They said reincarnation, right? Reincarnation. The word re is completely, just giving the definition of again and again. When the cycle is completely revolving again and again, they said until one finally breaks the cycles. And how you can break your cycle? Just a minute. How can you break your cycles? Cycle is what? What we are looking. Human being, हम उसके birth के लिए देखते हैं, उसका जो भी grow up है, उसका development है, उसके कर्मास हैं, and what is happening at the last, your life is happening again on the birth. So as per the philosophy of the reincarnation, they said you completely break down the cycle if you are just completely meditating yourself, connecting yourself to the God, right? When we're discussing about the salvation and the mukti. नहीं तो हम इसी चक्कर में फंसे रह जाएंगे. Fine. Karma is the glue and the sticks you to life, right? Karma is what? The way, whatever we are doing, right? Whatever you are doing right now, whatever you are doing in your past life, definitely things are impacted you, right? Whatever your desire that I definitely want to qualify UPSC in first attempt, but you are not doing anything for your qualifying the UPSC. You are not doing, you are not making any strategy. You are not improving yourself. You are not working on yourself. So how it is possible to qualify UPSC in first attempt? So you cannot blame anyone for your failure, right? You cannot appreciate anyone for your success. It is completely up to you. The way you are doing the things, the way you are pursuing the things will be definitely come out in the same results, right? If you are doing the hard work, the things are definitely come in the successful manner. If you are not doing anything for your successful life, you are not doing anything for your comfort, definitely you will suffer. Not suffer right now, but definitely you will suffer after 10 years, 5 years, 20 years later on. Reduce in involvement and one reduces the karma. Right, reducing the involvement, right? Involvement is what? When you started to, re-involvement, right? Reduce the involvement and one reduces the karma. Dualism. Dualism is what? When you're discussing about the dual phases, the two bases of the life. The life is based on the two bases. How? The Jeev, when we're discussing about the soul, right? And pure, the eternal. Jeev kya hai? Soul kya hai? It is completely better. Right? And how you can make your soul, how you can make your Jeev more good and more, we can say pure and eternal, when you completely working on your karmas, when you completely working on your hard work, when you completely looking for the humanity, how you can you save the humanity, what you actually doing for the humanity survivals. And ajiva, it is a matter. When we're discussing about what? The materialistic things, right? Sometimes we are just looking for the materialistic things कि अगर मेरे पास iPhone होगा तो मुझे खुशी होगी, मेरे पास बहुत बड़ा घर होगा तो मुझे खुशी होगी, ऐसा फर्क नहीं पड़ता है. As per the opinion of the Jainism said कि it is very important to work on the soul. It is very important to work on the karma. If you are looking for an iPhone, if you are looking for the UPSC qualified UPSC, if you really want to become a deputy commissioner, surely and definitely you have to work on your karma. And what is karma is actually doing your hard work, right? Your intention of the work. And ajiva matter is bad, impure and temporal. Definitely, if you are looking for the iPhones, the life of the iPhone definitely introduce later on the new one. And the materialistic world is what? Your house, your home, your comfort, they are not the permanent. So what is permanent? Your soul, your karma, your hard work, and your hard work and your karma, what you getting later on, it is your permanent existence. Your maybe the pain is not permanent, later on it will be going to be finished soon, fine. And ecstaticism, cleanness, the soul of the karma, right? The meditation, looking for the God, focusing on the thoughts, focusing on the action is somehow the purification of your karma. And salvation comes from one's work at your release. Salvation is what? When you are looking for the mukti, like the Kaivalya, the nirman, right? God, prayers, rituals, etc. are not necessary. Definitely, if you want to work on the karmas, it doesn't mean that you have to be looking for what? If you are looking for your betterment, right, it doesn't mean that you have to pray more over 4 or 5 hours or spending your time in the temples. It is very important to focusing on the karma. That the time you are spending more over 4 or 5 times in the temples, it is better to do work on the your concepts, your work on the subjects, right? So it is very important, everyone. Okay, so this is the somehow the teachings of the Jainism, everyone. And unique teachings of Jainism is what? If I am sum up the whole religious aspects of the Jainism in 2 or 3 lines, I can say. God is not a creator, preserver or destroyer of the universe. So who are the creator, who are the preserver, who are the universe? We, the people, are the creator of the universe. And how you can create your universe? With the thoughts and with the actions, right? This is somehow, that's why the Buddhism and the Jainism somehow consider human being as a Brahm. And Brahm is what? This is the philosophy of somehow the Hinduism, the Shankaracharya's philosophy. When he said, we the people are the creator of the universe. And how we can create our universe? With the help of the energies, right? Energies is what? When the positive energies will be released, definitely the result will be come out in the positivity. अगर नहीं आ रहा तो नेगेटिविटी में ही जाएगा. And so what is happening at the last? ठीक है, either you succeeded, either you failure. Every living being has a potential to become a god. It's a seriously a very big line. That maybe for some people maybe the line has become a matter of debate, but definitely God is what? It's a Brahma. हम क्या बोलते हैं कि भगवान के पास जाते हैं तो कुछ ऐसा नहीं होता है कि हमें लगे कि हमें नहीं मिलेगा, right? Why we are just choosing the way of God? Why we are spending more over 1 or 2 hours in the temples? Why we are looking for the idol worship? Because things are giving you the energy, राइट तो ऐसा नहीं होता. एवरी ह्यूमन बीइंग, एवरी लिविंग बीइंग जिसके अंदर जान है, जीव है, व्हेन वी आर डिस्कसिंग अबाउट द सोल, राइट, has been a potential to become a god. Why? Because God is not the creator ना. Who is the creator? We the creator. So definitely will become the god. अब भगवान क्या कहते हैं कि मुझे अपने अंदर ढूंढो, मंदिरों में नहीं. Path of the liberalization is the follow. मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है कि मैं प्रवचन दे रही हूँ. Sometimes I feel about Jainism and religion when I discussing about Buddhism and Jainism. But what we cannot do anything. It's a path of a discussion actually. Now, path of a liberalization is to follow the rational perception, rational knowledge and rational conduct. Rationalization and liberalization is somehow a definition to make ourselves free from everything, right? Free from everything means what? When you become a god, when you become creator, definitely you are not interested to purchasing the iPhones and not purchasing bada wala ghar. It is somehow looking for the work, the work you are doing on your karmas, right? Concure, when you are looking for the winningness, your desire. Concure क्या करना है? Desire को. We want to completely win our desires. What are the desires? As per the definition of the religion of Buddhism and Jainism, they are somehow saying definitely it is a very important to conquer the desire, right? It is a very important to control the desire, control the thoughts, right? Desire is what? When we are looking for the expectation of materialistic things which are not completely permanent, right? So as per the definition of Buddhism and Jainism, they said सब दुखों का कारण आपकी इच्छा है. This is all about the desire. So what is happening? We are not saying, Buddhism and Jainism is not saying that you have to end up your all the desires, but it is very important to control or to choose the desire, that what you want actually in your life. The permanent, the happiness is permanent. So how you can make your happiness more permanent? When you start to work on the karmas, when you start to work on your thoughts, and when you start to work on the actions, right? definitely you are desiring for big things, because we are all the human beings. We are looking for something that we become this, we are become that, we needed this and that. But definitely if you start to work on the karmas, you are just choosing the desire which are going to be exist in your life impermanent, rather just looking for कि अभी है और बाद में नहीं है. Fine. Your own efforts to be attain liberations, when we're looking for a mukti, the salvation, the freeness of everything. How it is possible? The freeness, the we can say the liberalization is only possible with the help of your karmas. When you start to impure yourself, whatever you are just thinking, just work on it, right? Just working for the humanity. Fine. Now, Jainism in action, eco-friendly religion. This is, I can say, a very relevant point. You can make the heading as well of the point, everyone, that how the Jainism is working actually. How the Jainism is working actually, and how Jainism action. Again, just thinking about the whole line. Jainism in action. What is Jainism saying about the non-violence, right? And what is saying? We are the creator. Jainism is somehow never ever believing on the idol worship. Right, either we have a different sects in the Jainism religion when we're discussing about Digambara and Shvetambara as well, but we are not going in the depth. The single line of the Jainism is just saying we are not going to believe on the idol worship, we are not going to believe on the worship of a god. Why? Because the human being who working on the humanity somehow is the presence of the god, right? So what about the presence of the actions of the god? If I am a god, so what is my action of it, right? तो मेरा एक्शन क्या होगा? I'll try to make everything better, right? Why we are praying for God? Because we are just thinking कि भगवान के पास जाकर बोलेंगे, प्रार्थना करेंगे, then everything is become later on very much good. सब सही ही हो जाएगा. So this is all about the human beings, that how we can make our more life more authentic, how we can more ourselves more better. Right, so it is very important to make our life more better. It is completely work on the actions, and how the action is before to do work on the action, it is very important to work on your work, the karmas, right? The way we are doing the work, right? Eco-friendly relation, and what is the action of eco-friendly relations when we are discussing about the environment, and what is the philosophy of the Jainism, the non-violenceness, right? Caring for the earth and environment. I hope my screen is visible, everyone. Caring for the earth and the environment, right? Caring for the earth and the environment is the way of a life for Jain community by following the two key principles of Jainism in everyday life, right? Everyday life. Be compassionate, including to ourselves, like minimize injury to all forms of a life, including air, water, earth, plants and animals, right? And be strict vegetarian, be strict about vegetarian, right? And non-possessions and self-resentment, reduce of needs and wants for as possible, and reuse, recycle, and produce elimination of the waste, and just using your resources in a very we can say the very comfort manner, in a very good manner, we can say. So how we can get the information of the environmental protection with the help of a Jain section? Why Jain section is minimizing the injuries? So to whom we are going to injuries? All the living beings, right? So he somehow discussing about the non-violence policies, right? Now, what about the body? Jainism preaches the essential, we can say the observance of the Pancha Mahavrata, which are in ingredients of the right conduct, right? What we are doing, the right conduct, the right action, the right vision, right? The day before when I discussing about Buddhism, I already explaining about the eightfold path of Buddhism and rest of the four path of the Buddhism, that how the total 12 path of the Buddhism is completely enlightening the human being's life, right? So in this session in Jainism, somehow we are just comparing the teachings of the Jainism. The Jainism preaches the principles, the teachings, we can say, essential, we can say, it is a very important. And how it is important? When we started to observing, how we can observe the things, it is very important to Panch Mahamatras. which are ingredients of right conduct. What is the right conduct? If I'm doing whatever you are doing in your life, whatever the action you are taking in your life, it will be definitely on the right way, right? भाई हमें यूपीएससी क्वालिफाई करना है, so what is the right way to qualify the UPSC? What is the right conduct to UPSC, qualify the UPSC? Definitely when you start to work on your own self, when you start to work on your knowledge, when you start to work on your vision, when you start to work on your perceptions, when you start to work on your actions, when you start to make some strategy in your life, right? कि आपको इतना इतना करना ही है, इसके बिना it is very difficult to qualify the UPSC. Fine. So what are the ingredients when we are discussing about the key role features? Can you survive without breathing? Can you survive without food? Can you survive without water? No. So these are somehow the ingredients, somehow the philosophy of the Jainism, that you have to make the key ingredients in your life to doing the good conduct, to adopting the good vision. No need to harm anyone. It is very important to choose the policy of the non-violence. This is it is must to be a Jain. It is must to be become a vegetarian. So these are somehow key ingredients of to following the good conduct, good path, good vision of the Jainism, right? Now let's move ahead. Ahimsa, the first five-fold path we can say in the Jainism. It is known as a let me see once. It's a Panch Mahavratas. We somehow called the five-fold of paths of the Jainism, right? Mahavratas, right? Ahimsa, the non-violence. Definitely ahimsa is a very we can say definitely numbers of the time that I told you, the philosophy of the non-violence is not introduced by Mahatma Gandhi, that Mahatma Gandhi arrival in India 1914, right? But the Jainism and the Buddhism, they are somehow the oldest religion in the whole world, definitely I can say, where the policy of a Jainism is already introduced before 10,000 years ago, right? And it is the solution of a majority of the social and environment. And what we are saying about the social and why we are saying the environment, what is the society needed actually? Society is needed actually about the the equality in the society, right? The equal status in the society. And just when we're looking the evils in the society, we are sometimes saying that people are just suffering with evils, people are suffering with the problems. So how we can get rid of the problems? When we start to look at everyone with the same vision and same eye, right? And how it is possible when you look at about the humanity and how humanity is increased exactly. Humanity is created exactly when you're looking for the non-violence policies, right? That when you decided, when you make your vision, when you looking for the perfection, that we are not going to harm anyone, right? This is the first key ingredient to make the life, to make the jiva, the soul, more perfect. Now Satyam, we can say the reality. Reality is what? Soul is a reality. The universe is a reality. Your work, the way you are doing the things, it's a reality. It's your karma. And what is a reality? Whatever you are thinking, it's you are going to become a reality later on. Fine. So subsistence from the, we can say the fleshhood, it is a needed to be preserved the ethical norms. What is the ethical norms? कि हम झूठ नहीं बोलेंगे, चोरी नहीं करेंगे, किसी को मारेंगे नहीं, नुकसान नहीं पहुंचाएंगे. These are somehow the ethical reviews, right? Society and maintaining the right conduct. What is the right conduct? When you start to doing anything in a very right manner. भाई आपके पास नौकरी नहीं है, but still you're looking for a money. Right, so what is the way to doing the earning the money? When you start to do something, right conduct doesn't mean that you start to going to be become a indulge yourself in a crimes कि हम crime करना शुरू कर दे उसके बाद से. Public and professional life. And the third point is completely just giving the example of a satyam, right? Abstinence from stealing. This is somehow giving the definition of right conduct, and it can prevent the stealing of the property and goods, etc. Practical significance, when we are saying it is very important to pay the tax, right? And practical significance is what? When we're discussing about the importance, the needs, the reasons, the factors, right? So what is the need of a non-violence? What is the need of a right conduct in the in the practical basis life in the Jainism, when we are looking for what? When we are looking for what is the need, what is the importance, what is the reason, and what are the factors of what? The right conduct of the life, right? You can see the book, I think it mentioned on the Ahimsa, and it is somehow very relevant books specifically for the Jainist philosophical, where he completely mentioning that how ahimsa, how the word is non-violence is working in the present scenario, and adherence of the intellectual property rights and fair trade practices, right? So what is the fair trade practices? जब हम किसी को नुकसान ही नहीं पहुंचा रहे हैं, right? Just in trade practices, when we are not looking for on benefits only. Why on benefits? Because being a part of a Jainism, adopting the philosophy of Jainism, we are just looking the people who are completely, the people who are completely looking for their looking for the humanity, that humanity is above from the religion. Brahmacharya, abstinence from the sensual and the casual pleasures, and this promotes respect and dignity towards the women and upholding the ideal gender injustice. Again, a very prominent, we can say very important point as well, everyone. When we are discussing about the promotes the respect, right? Respect doesn't mean that we are going to provide our elders only. Respect, I think it's a completely the right to everyone, the people who are living in the society. Either the the person is belonging from lower class, the higher class, either belonging from any gender, male or female. It is completely looking for the dignity towards the woman and upholding the ideal of gender justice. Gender justice, when we providing the equal opportunity to both the men and the women. Fine. And the principle of aparigraha, which is non-possessions, can help the control to consumerist habits, as there is a great increase in the greed and possessiveness tendencies. कि वो ऐसा कोई काम मत कीजिए जिससे कि आपके अंदर उसकी आदत पैदा हो जाए. It's all about, we can say, the giving of the example of alcohol as well, right? The strategies, when we start to planning anything, when you start to focusing anything, why we make the strategies, right? In our mains exam is going to be held in September. So what we are looking, actually, we are just looking for enhancing, and we're just planning for everything, that what we are going to study, what we are going to cover within 1 month, the rest of the practice is needed or not. So it is all about the strategy to mitigate climate change required behavior changes by doing away the unwanted luxuries of reduce the carbon emission, right? And as per the example of carbon emission, China in 21st century, later on the USA, later on the Japan, Russia, just a minute, the China, and then I think it's a USA, Russia, right, and India. So China is presently number 1 as per the data of 2022 in CO2 carbon emission, right? Highest, we can say the highest level. Number 2, USA. In 2021 data, USA was existent on the first place, but 2022 it's China is now standing on the first position in carbon emission. And why carbon emission? To controlling the carbon emission, we are targeting 2030. We are targeting 2030. As I am looking for the strategies, it is very important to make the strategies, that how you can control the things, how you can make the plans, how can you aware the people, and how can you preach the message to the people. Fine. So this is all about the somehow we can say the Panch Mahavratas of a Jainism. The map is already I am showing you, everyone. And what about the conclusion? We can say what about the conclusion, and what is the transparency of the question, everyone? Transparency of the question is basically asking about what? It is completely asking about your the impact of Jainism on the society, on the environment. So society is what? Society is somehow looking for the equal status. And how the equal status is come out? When you looking everyone on the same eye, with the same vision, with the, we can say on the right way, with the right action, when the humanity is above from everything, either the religion, either the God. So what is the conclusion of the, we can say, resolving social and environmental issues and religious philosophies can be more effective than the implementation of strict legislations under the fear of the punishment. As per the opinion of the Jainism never ever focusing on the punishment. कि हम किसी के अंदर डर पैदा करें कि आप उस काम को डर से करें, राइट। जैनिज्म इज समहाउ फोकसिंग ऑन द अडॉप्शन ऑफ एनीथिंग विद देयर ओन डिजायर। वाई? बिकॉज अगर चीजें आपके अंदर से नहीं आएंगी, दैट आई एम ऑलवेज एक्सप्लेनिंग यू एवरीवन दैट मोटिवेशन नेवर एवर come out from the outside, that someone is forcing me that you can do, और फिर नहीं आ रहा है। क्यों नहीं आ रहा है? Why? क्यों नहीं आ रहा है? Because somehow we are looking for the internal motivation, and how the internal motivation is always existing in yourself when you start to focusing in your work, when you start to working on the your vision, when you start to working on your actions, right? So what they said, resolving the social and environmental, right, your issues. What are social and environmental issues? That in environmental issues, if I'm giving the a very good a live example of COVID-19, so I think I'm not wrong somewhere. And social, we can say, when we are looking for the social status, social equality, when we're looking everyone on the same platform with the equal eye, when people are not discriminated on the caste barriers, people not discriminated on anywhere. Fine. Later on, religious philosophies is what? That I already told you, in India, we have a diverse country, we have a more religion, we have a more diversifications. So how is the religion is completely coming out? The religious philosophy is completely, completely came out with the, when we start to focusing on the humanity, everyone, and religion, when we start to respecting each and every religion. And what are the implementation? Implementation is discussing about what? About the action. About the action. And before taking the action, it is important to make the strategy. It is very important to make on the work on the your karmas, the way we are doing the things, right? Strict legislative under, it is not important to make the rules and regulations. It is important to work on ourselves. When everyone start to work on ourselves, I think there is no need of any punishment, any court, any justice, right? And Indian subcontinent is the land of origination of a major religious world such as Hinduism, Jainism, Buddhism, Sikhism, Christianity, and rich culture. The religious heritage is the root of Indian civilization, right? Indian civilization means what? Civilization is ended after a being time. That we have a very good example. We have already very good example of Harappan civilization. We have a Egyptian civilization. Right, we have a Mesopotamian civilization. So this is ended after a being time, but doesn't mean that we are not taking anything. We learned a lot actually. And what about the rich culture? Culture never ever ended. We are just replacing everything. राइट अगर हम 10 साल पहले मंदिर में जाते थे तो आज हम 20 साल बाद भी मंदिर में जाते हैं. इट डिपेंड्स ऑन ड्यूरेशन, कम ज्यादा हो गया है, बट डजंट मीन दैट वी नेग्लेक्टेड. नहीं, कल्चर इज ऑलवेज कंटिन्यू प्रोसेस. इट इज कंप्लीटली ऑलवेज इनकंसिस्टेंट, राइट. And tolerance, when we're discussing about the policy of adopting of the policy of non-violence, pluralism and multiculturalism, and can inspire the world to solve the problems of mankind today. If you are adopting the good conduct, if you are adopting the good karma, if you are adopting good action, if you will start to work on ourselves, definitely the world to resolve all the social problems of the mankind today. Either the problem is completely related with your social, your economic, your cultural, your political, your administrative, or your religious. Philosophy doesn't mean that it is completely impacted or implemented on one class. Philosophy is completely just giving we can say the guidelines to a person, that how a person can improve ourselves, right? It doesn't matter that then in which category, in which your class you're belonging. It is completely matter of your own inner peace, that how you can completely purify yourself by adopting the philosophy of Jainism, by adopting the philosophy of Buddhism, or by adopting the philosophy of any of the religion, right? So this is very important as per the need of the approach of the question. Now, so this is 12:31 everyone, and I would like to take the break for 2 or 3 minutes. Then we will continue the session later on after 2 or 3 minutes. and this is all about the conclusion of the Jainism. I would like to leave everyone with the same conclusion slide, so that you have to focus and you have to read the lines more and more times. Maybe when you start to inculcate the values of these lines, definitely you have to be try to be improve yourself as well. So after 2 or 3 minutes, I would like to continue the session on the same pace or same level with Delhi Saltanat. We are discussing about art and architecture, everyone. So this is all about the, I think, the present approach of the question answering, attemptation of question answering, and I would like to continue the session after 2 or 3 minutes later on. Thank you so much. I hope everyone will stay with me. We will get back right, everyone. Yes, everyone, we are now get back with the same session. Architecture of Delhi Sultanate. We are just going to elaborate or discuss, everyone. Exactly, Mr. Shankar. I am already live from last 5 hours, right? So this was the break time actually, which I already informed you from last 5 hours. Being a human, we are looking for the break actually. So this was the break for 3 or 4 minutes. I hope that we are going to get back and we are just going to start everything with the same same pace or same way, with the same energy. So don't forget to like the session, everyone. The students who are joining me time to time, don't forget to like the session, because you are like sometimes enhancing or creating our motivation level, right? Architecture of Delhi Sultanate. Now you can see on the question, everyone, on the screen. And the question is just asking about what? The question is asking about the provincial style of architecture during the Delhi Sultanate, right? Right, and was greatly influenced by Indo-Islamic architecture and style. Indo-Islamic architecture is basically is explaining about the Indian style and Islamic style art and architecture, right? And provincial style of architecture some is just explaining about the Delhi Sultanate, when they're just discussing about the state art and architecture. You can see numbers of the images on the screen, everyone. Taj Mahal, you can see the Pitra Dua formation, you can see the Jami Masjid of Pakistan as well, right? So we have a numbers of the examples that you can see on the screen, everyone, right? This is somehow belonging with the Indo-Islamic architecture. In Indo-Islamic architecture, when we are discussing about the origination or the beginning of the Delhi Sultanate, specifically I'm discussing about 1192, from the arrival of the Muhammad Ghori till the time of the end of the Mughal era, 1708, till the death of the Aurangzeb. Fine. It was such a very interesting information, everyone. The whole era, moreover, is considered as a 200 or 400s time period, from the 12th century till the time phase of a 17th century. It was an era of more over 500 years, where 500 years we are completely devoting ourselves completely. We are just making numbers of the art and architecture completely. We are making numbers of the sculptures as well, where we are introducing numbers of the art and formations. So definitely we can say this is the India's fortune sometimes, and where we are just feeling very rich culturally or heritagely, where we are getting numbers of the numerous of the buildings and the culture sculptures, right? Fine. So let's move ahead. On the next slide, we're just going to discuss about the history of art. History of art, which I explaining everyone you the same slide, I think moreover 2 or 3 times. We are discussing the definition of art actually, how art is completely described in the form of a history and how it is completely working. Fine. So you can see on the screen, everyone. Okay. So what is the history of art? When we're discussing about art and architecture, how the art is completely working, we are almost discussing about the Delhi Sultanate. The moreover the time period is 12 to moreover the 1707, we can say moreover the time phase of 500 years. Right. So how art is working actually? The history of art usually refer to the history of the visual arts, such as paintings, sculptures and architecture. Paintings, when we are discussing about the numbers of the Pitra Dua and the formation and the colors of the paintings, and the when we are discussing about the court like Jahangir, the court like Humayun, where the numbers of the we can say the very prominent and very designated painters are just working for their own sake or working for the emperors. Architecture, we cannot forget the example of a Taj Mahal, we cannot forget the example of a Jami Masjid Pakistan, we cannot forget the example of a Humayun tomb as well. We cannot forget the initiatives of the Iltutmish and Alauddin Khilji and the people like Muhammad Tughlaq, right? So we have a numbers of the examples. Right, and it is not usually taken on the intent to refer the performing arts of the literary arts. Is that we are not going to take an intent to refer that performing arts or the literary arts. They are somehow belonging with a different streams. Literary art somehow performing the art in the literature, and somehow if I'm discussing about the performing of art, somehow different, somehow performing the visual arts, the paintings, the sculptures, and the architecture. The history of art attempts an objectives survey. When we're discussing about the objective survey, objective means what? When we're discussing about the aim, why we want to uplift it, why we want to completely intended numbers of the sources to making all these buildings, what is the need exactly, right? And art throughout the human history, and classify cultures and cultures and periods, and nothing their distinguished features and the influences. This is somehow very, we can say, important line as per the need of the art and architecture, sculptures, paintings. Why human history? Because human history somehow not completely relevant their past only. Human history is just surviving or just changing his face and his body, his mindset, his work as per the time of a need and space, as per the need of time and space, right? And when we're discussing about the objectives, every Mughal emperor or every person in the Delhi Sultanate, if I'm discussing, if I'm starting from Qutbuddin till the time of Muhammad bin Tughlaq, we have a numerous of the emperors where they are completely investing their self, their intellectual benefits, their classification, their features, their influences, and they have a different objectives to making all the art and architectures on the same way, on the same space. If I'm talking about the Mughal era, they have again a very numerous of the emperors, and they have a numbers of the we can say objectives to making all this art and architecture. For example, if I am discussing the example of a Humayun tomb, if I have already example of a Taj Mahal, right? We cannot forget, and we cannot definitely forget to take the name of a Shah Jahan as well in the same way. So this is somehow a very prominent examples, everyone. And the field of art history, we can definitely, there is a difference between two, understanding history, and it is a very important to understanding the art of history. Art of history somehow is completely dependent on, or we can say this is somehow elaborating the visualization, their ideas, their techniques to representing the achievements of the human, right? The human's achievements. But on the another way, when we're discussing about the art of history, it is somehow a very separate and a very prominent field where we are discussing art and architecture, the sculptures, everything in a very different manner. Fine. And West, if I'm talking about West, I'm not going to depth in the West paintings. Already I'm giving the example of in the western parts, the Mona Lisa, the paintings of the Renaissance period in 11th century. We have a numbers of the human skeletons paintings, right? So we have a numerous of the examples. We have a Leonardo da Vinci's paintings, and the sculpture making, the buildings, the houses. And we can, when we start to compare the Western art with the Indian art, we have a very good example of a Sun Temple in Kashmir, which is completely made with the wood and Vesa style components. So this is all about, you can see the image on the screen, everyone. This is the Lord Shiva dancing, we can say, statue, which is completely found out in the Gupta's era. So whenever we're discussing about the different time phase or different eras in history, definitely we have a numbers of the examples, and each and every era, either when we start traveling from ancient time, from cave paintings to pottery paintings in the medieval phases, when we're discussing about the Sultanate era, we have numerous of the paintings. We have this was the first time when we got the examples of the mosque, when we got the example of a Sangmarmars, when we're discussing the example of a Pitra Dua, when we're taking the examples of arc as well. In the modern India, we don't have any so much art and sculptures, but art and sculpture is completely prominently living, we can say living still in the books of literature. So this is somehow a very prominent ideology, everyone, whenever discussing about art and culture, right? Now the word art is derived is arti, the craft guides of the Italian Renaissance. And study of art history, let me discuss about we can say the exist between what? The ideas between the techniques and the materials. The ideas between the techniques and the materials. So what are the techniques? If I'm looking to making any art and architecture, we have different techniques, right? If I'm looking for the materials, what type of a material I'm using it? For example, this is not the painting of a modern India, this is not the painting of medieval India, this is completely a cave painting, and the formation, it is a prehistoric painting. In this painting, somehow when we are using the techniques, the techniques, when we are making here, you can see the human beings, we can see the deers, we can see the pet animals, we have numbers of the example of everything, the color combination we are using, the way we are making the things. So definitely we are using the materials. We cannot make the paintings with only the hands. Definitely we are needy of the materials. And what are the techniques? Techniques are basically when we are representing our ideas, the way we are formatting the things, when we are forming art and architecture as per the relevant time or as per the need. The study of history of art is a relatively recent phenomena. Prior to the Renaissance, the modern concept of art, and what is the modern concept of the art? It did not exist, and the art was used to refer to workmanship by generally anonymous traders and people. Right? It is completely changed as per the need. And present era has accepted the art of the past and other culture of the other cultures or unprecedented scale. It means when we are looking for the present era, it is a very important to learn our past era, that what type of the paintings, what types of the buildings, the sculptures, the statues we are finding, right? For example, if I'm giving the example of a Mona Lisa, I hope this is completely a clear screen to everyone to see the screen of a Mona Lisa behind me. This is somehow very, we can see the historical and ethical painting in the whole world, not only in the European country but India as well. So this is somehow very mysterious painting, we can say. It is very difficult to recognize herself or himself as well कि ये लड़का है लड़की है, what is the gender. Sometimes the people are completely correlating Mona Lisa with the with Mary. Sometimes they are said that this is not the she is not the female, she is somehow the painting is completely correlating with the male person. So this is a very mysterious painting. So this is another figure and facts about Mona Lisa. But somehow when we are started to discussing about the art and architecture, the paintings of Mona Lisa, definitely we will try to be correlate with our present time, that it is a very difficult to make the paintings of Mona Lisa in 21st century. So we can say when we are giving the example of a Western art and architecture from 11th century, it is moreover, we can say the thousands years ago, Leonardo da Vinci already making the paintings and already explaining the importance of painting, the color combination, the ideas, the techniques, the emotion, the representatives, the representations, the achievements of him on the paintings. And this is somehow, we can say, a very important and very progressive painting in itself in these days. And people are somehow looking or learning lots of things from the Mona Lisa as well in these days today. Right. Now, what are the art and history? I already explained you everyone. When we said the art can be form of an objects, right, and the buildings, and it can consist on the monuments, the mural glorifying wealthy Renaissance or a Stone Age. We can say Stone Age with the prehistoric time phase. Just a minute. The prehistoric time phase, everyone. Right, when we're discussing about the buildings, definitely we can correlate with Delhi Sultanate, with the Mughal era as well. Fine. Monuments, about when we're discussing about different art and architecture, the sculptures. Fine. Wealthy Renaissance, pauper or a Stone Age cave paintings that are likely never even viewed as art by its makers. When we're discussing about the prehistoric time phase, when we're discussing about the Paleolithic, the Mesolithic and the Neolithic, everyone. Fine. Art historians examine works on art from many different angles, right? What are the different angles when you start to examine anything? For example, if I am showing you everyone any of the art and sculpture, what type of I think you can say what you can learn exactly from the painting, how you interrupt the paintings, everyone, the way you interruption, the way you interpreted the painting in a very different manner. So what is the right way to interpret the painting? Fine. So you can say historical Historical, when we're discussing about the historical, it is all about the old paintings, the prehistoric paintings, the we can say the art and architecture of Delhi Sultanate, the Mughal era as well, and cultural context. When we're discussing about the representation, if I'll taking the example of a Taj Mahal, which is completely built by Shah Jahan. So what is the cultural context? It is completely related with the beauty. It is completely related with the love and wisdom. It is completely related with the desire. It is completely related with the we can say Mumtaz. So it is somehow Taj Mahal, the historical building, still which is completely which was completely found last I can say moreover 506 years ago, and this is somehow giving the relevant love example where the people are completely correlating with Shah Jahan, Taj Mahal with Mumtaz, and this is somehow giving that love definition in present time as well, right, in which art comes into being artistic, the period style, the manipulation, the way we are formation. For example, if I'm giving the example of a Delhi, the Jamia Masjid, the Chandni Chowk, and somehow when we started to manipulate everything, manipulate the buildings and the sculpture in a very different manner. For example, I can similarly correlating the Jamia Masjid of Delhi with the Jami Masjid of Pakistan. So you can see the both images with the each other. It is a very difficult to manipulate. It is very difficult to interrupt or interpretation. The differentiation between both the mosque, right? And material, the subjects matter. When we are discussing about the materials, in Delhi Sultanate or in the Mughal era, we have a red stone edges, we have a marbles, we have a black marbles, we have a white sangmarmar as well. So we have a different materials, and without materials, it is very difficult to representing the techniques. That we have a materials, we have a sources. So materials and techniques and the ideas and the representation. These are 3-4 elements in the art and architecture sections and painting sections. It is very compulsory, very essential. We can say the elements and the components to making any type of building, sculptures and paintings, right? It's the overheard hidden meanings, we can say. Overheard meanings and hidden meanings, when we can say it is the definition completely change, we can say as per the need, as per the time, as per the space, whenever it is required, we will definitely change the definition as per our need, right, as per our perspective. So in art and architecture, if I'm discussing about iconography and ecology, whenever we discuss about graphy and ecology, in iconography somehow discussing about the descriptive study of the images, when you are completely elaborating the image in a very different manner, and the elaboration and the description of any image is completely dependent on yourself, right, that the way you are portraying the image. For example, if I'm showing you everyone the image of a Mona Lisa, right, or the image you can see behind on my screen, everyone, about the Jesus Christ. Now when I'm giving the example of iconography, which means it is somehow description of any objectives or any art and architecture or any painting. Definitely, if I'm showing the example of a Mona Lisa and Jesus Christ, you people try to describe the painting in a different manner. If I'm seeing the 3 or 4 people is still living in the class, they are surely defining Mona Lisa painting, or they somehow showing elaborating the painting of a Jesus Christ in a different manner. So it depends on you, that the way we are elaborating the things, the way we are using our perception to expressing or to elaborating anything. Fine. Now let's move ahead, everyone. Let me define the iconography. When we're discussing about the study of branches, जब हम branches के बारे में बात करते हैं, right, the branches, the puts the study objects in the context as a product of a particular processes of thoughts of its author or predominant and movement in the history. Branches means what? Iconography. In painting or in art, we have numbers of branches. We have paintings, we have architecture, we have sculptures, we have statues, we have temples. So in iconography, in specifically in the art form, we have numbers of the branches, and every branch have its own relevant. If I'm discussing about the paintings, right, so definitely we are elaborating the paintings, and we are start to comparing the paintings with the prehistoric time phase till modern time phases. if I have a cave architecture, if I have sculptures, if I have a statues, if I have monuments. For example, if I'm showing the image of a Lord Shiva, I'll try to be correlated Lord Shiva in a present time, that in the present scenario 21st century, people are still devoting themselves, still respecting Lord Shiva in the same manner that we are still respecting Lord Shiva from last 506 years ago. Fine. Now, art is a communication. Communication means what? When we're discussing about the ideas and the techniques and the feelings, right? Your ideas and the feelings. Communication is very important. Communication is basically happens with two bases, a verbal and non-verbal, right? And what is verbal? When we start to express our feelings, our ideas, our techniques, our achievements verbally, that I am this and that, right? And what about the non-verbal? If I am discussing about the art, if I'm showing the image of Mona Lisa, if I'm giving the example of a Taj Mahal as well, it is a very important to discuss about what? It is a very discuss about anything. Okay, it is a very discussed about everything about non-verbal when you are completely quiet, right? And you start to express your your feelings, your emotions by making anything, by not saying anything. So it's a very difficult task. But with the help of a non-verbal, if I'm giving the a click of Taj Mahal, right, and without saying, I think numbers of the ideas started to develop in your mind, that Taj Mahal is built by Shah Jahan, it is completely related with Mumtaz, it is completely a definition of a, we can say, the love and the desire. This is the seven wonders, this is the seven wonders heritage, right? This is situated in Agra as well. So this is a, we can say, the non-verbal existence. And non-verbal existence is completely depending on your ideas, your techniques, the way you are representing yourself, the way you are thinking, your thought process, your expression, your feelings. This is somehow completely related with non-verbal. When you express anything without saying anything, when you are not using your lips, when you are not using your voice. Okay, Madhuri? And every day words cannot express through the arts, we can say. An artistic can convey the ideas through the arts is anyway कुछ भी हो सकता है, it's anything, right? Your sculpture, your buildings, your architecture, everything, anything, anyone. And what the way they want to convey, they just convey the message, right? And ways that they go beyond describing and telling, right? To go beyond describing and telling, it is a matter of expression, right? Somehow in the temples you saw somehow the statues of Lord Shiva, or we can say Mata Durga as well. So somehow what is the god figurines are expressing, they are not completely a non-verbal figurines, and somehow without saying anything they are express numbers of the emotions of the people. Sometimes we are exchanging the energies as well. So this is somehow a very prominent part. Now, what are Indo-Islamic architecture, everyone? When we are discussing about Indo-Islamic architecture, how Indo-Islamic architecture is completely correlated with each other, it is very important to differentiate that how it is working actually. See, Islam came to India by traders and merchants, right? There is no doubt traders and merchants, that we cannot forget the example of 1991, right? So we can say the trader, we cannot forget the example of Babur as well. However, he was not a trader or merchant, but somehow he was not entering in India to capturing the whole Asian or we can say the whole India. But somehow when they started to entering in India and just look at the sources of India, they are completely make the mind that they don't want to go anywhere, just want to rule in India. And from that time of a period, 1206, the Delhi Sultanate era is completely started, and we are just surviving till 1707. Right, and largest scale construction 13th century Turkish Sultanate, and some of the, when we're discussing about one, this is the slave dynasty, and on the another way we can also say that Delhi Sultanate, right? And some of the popular features of this time were, it is Trebesian, brackets and multiple pillars of support flat roof, right? Trapezians, the brackets, you can say these are the brackets, these are the brackets, right? These are the brackets, we can say, right? And these are the brackets, somehow we can say, right? The brackets, you can see. And what about the pillars? They said multiple pillars of supported that root, right? Multiple pillars. Okay. And Muslim developed, just a minute. Muslim developed their religious art and architecture consisting of the arts of abacus, geometrical pattern and calligraphy on the plaster and the stone. Plaster and the stone. Calligraphy, right? We can say the geometrical, you can say the three of the arc, you can see this arc 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 and 10. If the screen is completely visible, everyone, we are just discussing about the geometrical patterns, why they are completely a very perfect manner, the size of the pillars, the term of the size, the pillars, the way they are making the things, and mosque, tombs, dargahs, minars, and we can say the hammams, the gardens, the sarais, etc. constructed, and categorize the Indo-Islamic architecture. Indo-Islamic architecture, when we completely describing about the Delhi Sultanate to Mughal era, or we can say the Mughal dynasty as well. So this is somehow the time phase of a 500 years. 500 years of what? We have a 500 time phase of a, we can say, Indo-Islamic architecture. Indo-Islamic art and architecture. Okay, I hope my screen is completely visible. Yes, everyone. Now, so categorization of Indo-Islamic architecture, what we are doing actually, we started to categorize the Indo-Islamic architecture in 4 sections. The first one is the imperial style, the second was the provincial style, the third was the Mughal style, right, and the 4 is a Deccan style, right. When we are discussing about the Deccan style, Hampi, Golconda, Vijayanagar Empire, right. Mughal style, when we are discussing about from Babur till 1707 till the death of the Aurangzeb. Provincial style is completely discussing about Delhi Sultanate, Mughal, you can see. And what is the imperial style, when we completely discussing about the whole time phase of a Delhi Sultanate and the Mughal era. This is somehow a time phase of a more over 500 years, right. So it is such a very big deal. Now, Indo-Islamic architecture, where we are completely bifurcated in 4 parts: the imperial, the provincial, the Mughal and the Deccan, right. Imperial, the complete era, the comparison of a complete era from Delhi Sultanate till the time of a Mughal era, the complete comparison period was more over 500 years. And about the province, when we completely discussing about the individually the Delhi Sultanate, more over the 200 time phases, and Mughals, as I told you. And what about the Deccan, when we discussing about the Deccan phases, the Vijayanagar, Golconda, Hampi, these are somehow a very important and crucial art and architecture, and representing the Indian culture in a very different manner. Fine, so let's move ahead. You can see the arcs, you can see the brackets as well, right. This is the Taj Mahal, definition of we can say love and wisdom and desires. This is the Jami Masjid of Pakistan, you can see. And whenever you saw the image of a Jamia Masjid of Delhi in Chandni Chowk, in all Delhi, we can say, this is somehow showing the comparison with each other, right. You can see the image on the screen, everyone. And what about this? This is somehow showing the minar, we can see the tomb as well, the killa as well, and the geometrical and the symmetry of anything which is showing on the screen is completely marvelous. There is a no different, we cannot boycott anything without it is difficult to boycott actually, everyone. Now, So categories of style of the Indo-Islamic architecture. So I'm just going to start from imperial style. And imperial style, it is what, when we're completely describing the comparison from Delhi Sultanate till the time phase of a, we can say the Mughal era. Right. And the imperial style, which is Delhi Sultanate, we can say, right, and provincial style, it is completely, we can say, the Mandu, Gujarat and the Bengal. This is somehow just explaining about the Mandu, Gujarat, the Bengal, the provincial Aryan style, right? Because if I'm talking about the Mandu, the Gujarat, the Bengal, Andhra Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, Delhi, Panipat, these are somehow a very important and reachable. Agra as well, Lahore, these are somehow very prominent and very, we can say, very prominent areas of a Delhi Sultanate. And Mughal style, when we're discussing about Delhi, Agra and Lahore, right? Delhi, Agra and Lahore, Agra, when it is somehow just showing us the impact of a northwest frontier as well. We have Afghanistan, Karachi, Pakistan, Tajikistan, right? So we have a numbers of the, we can say, regions as well, and Kabul, Lahore, right? And the Deccan style, when we have a Bijapur and Golconda in a Deccan, India's Deccan. An initial style of architecture, particularly in the 13th and the 14th century, when we're discussing the time phase of from the Qutbuddin Aibak till the time phase of Alauddin Khilji, right? And had only certain elements of Islamic style. No doubt we have a very few developments of the styles, but definitely we can say the Islamic style, this was the time of 13th and 14th century, when this was the time, it was the time when we looking for the origination, everyone. The Islamic structure borrowed a number of Indian features and relied on the local craftsmen. Such an influence are seen in the imperial style of architecture in the early Delhi Sultanate. Imperial architecture, when we are discussing about the particular Delhi Sultanate, right, and early Delhi Sultanate period, Quwwat-ut-Islam mosque. The Quwwat-ut-Islam was the mosque which was somehow, we can say, still it is the first definition of Quwwat-ut-Islam. You can see everyone on the image. This is a somehow the image of a Qutub Minar, and the people who are completely the people who are visited in the Qutub Minar, they can show the images, everyone, right? And Delhi and the Adhai Din Ka Jhopda and Ajmer, these are somehow a very prominent and very important, we can say, mosque of Delhi and Adhai Din Ka Jhopda in Ajmer as well. So this is somehow very prominent art and architecture which was completely started in 13th and 14th century. Right, now let's move ahead on the approach. Substant the given statement with the help of the relevant examples. Right, also we can say the cite the few examples suggesting the non-religious nature of art and architecture remains. It is such a very important line, we can say. Somehow on one side definitely we can see the Indo-Islamic architecture, right, but on the another way we are just saying this is not the, this is completely non-religious. How it is possible? Because non-religious is why non-religious, because this is the maintaining and we can say the made up or foundation of our Islamic mosque and sculptures or Quwwat-ut-Islam, or I think Jhopra. It doesn't mean that it is showing somehow the religious relevant of any sculptures and art. For example, if I'm giving the example of an ancient, they are saying, they're already giving the example of what? They're giving the example of a Sanchi Stupa, right? We can see the Ashoka's Buddhist architecture. If I'm asking the question to you people, is that possible to explaining any of the religious relevance of this particular sculpture? What is showing? This is somehow showing the beautiful, art and architecture, the handwork, we can say, the way they are using the techniques, they are using the ideas. This is somehow a very extraordinary thing. So this is not completely related with religious things, right? Okay, and now this is synthesis and fusion of what? Diverse culture and the benefits. When they are discussing about the diverse culture and the benefits, when we are discussing about Taj Mahal, when we are discussing about Hawa Mahal, they are not somehow describing the religious perspective. This is somehow showing the enhancement, or we can say the sculpture, the investment of the sources to making numbers of the architecture and the foundation they are built up in the India, right, during the time of 13th to 14th century. So what about the introduction of the question, everyone? I hope the question is completely clear to everyone. The question is, they are asking about the provincial time phases, that how the provincial architecture specifically related with Delhi Sultanate completely impacted the further religious and non-religious aspects, right? So they said ki art is an expression of a human creative skills. Definitely, when they are creating what? When they are creating about the ideas, when they are creating about the techniques, when they are creating about the their we can say the actions, right, and skills resulting in the production of paintings, sculptures and architecture. The development of an art form is usually impacted, to whom impacted? By the level advancement of the society, right, and the mindset and the belief of the people, right, and type of patronage provided by the rulers and the other stakeholders, right. If I am saying that somehow art and culture and the painting somehow providing you everyone is somehow the social perspective of anything. The social perspective of anything means what? When we provide by the rulers and the other stakeholders, it is the representation of the society, representation of the culture as well. You can see the very beautiful screen, everyone, behind me. This is somehow the very common picture, I can say, and you people numbers of the time I think seeing the same picture, the art in Taj Mahal, in Humayun tomb. This is known as the Pitra Dua art and architecture formats, and it is somehow making the sculpture, making the building more relevance and more authentic and beautiful. Fine, this is the another example which is showing on the screen behind me. When we are discussing about the definition of and in the introduction of the question about the correlation of the society, so you can see on the screen, everyone, somehow the Sultanate era or the Mughal era, the emperor is completely representing himself as a god, and the people are just looking behind it, just seeing the king. We have an example of Jharokha Darshan, right? So we have a numbers of the example, and this is somehow this type of the painting somehow showing the relationship of the king, the emperor, with the local people, that what is the impact of the emperor on the local people and how the local people completely consider the king, right? So this is somehow a very prominent and very important information, or we can say the correlation with each other. Now you can see a very important a very example, everyone, on the screen. I hope the screen is completely visible to everyone. This is somehow showing is what? This is the example of a Jami Masjid in Pakistan that I earlier told you. When we exactly in the real sense, when we saw the whenever we see the mosque of a Jami Masjid Pakistan, and whenever we see the monument of Jamia Masjid in Old Delhi, thus both the sculpture is somehow we cannot differentiate with each other. So what is showing exactly? This is somehow showing not only the beauty of the painting, that the way they are making the paintings, but definitely they are completely showing the relationship of the people with the society, and how the people are completely immersed themselves in the culture, and how they are completely adopting the Islamic culture, the Indo-Islamic art and architecture. And this is somehow showing the very relevance part, we can say, and how the society and the common people completely correlating themselves with these local style of a culture, right? So this is somehow a very important we can say the buildings and the sculptures, everyone, monuments. You can see a different rest of the other numbers of the monuments of the screen. Here we are discussing about Indo-Islamic art and architecture. Clear, everyone? Indo-Islamic architecture. And in this section definitely we are discussing about Indo-Islamic architecture, that how the Indo-Islamic architecture is completely working. And in this section we are just discussing about the provincial and the imperial. Provincial is what? When we are discussing about Gujarat, Mandu and MP and AP, And imperial, when we are discussing about about what, when we are discussing about the sultanates era, 13th 14th century, and from the till 1707 till the death of the Aurangzeb, right? So you can see on the screen, this is the whole picture of the Qutub Minar, you can say, right? So you can see Qutub Minar as well, started by Qutubuddin Aibak, completed by Iltutmish, and repaired by Firoz Shah Tughlaq. So you can see the relevance till the time of 13th to 14th century, right? Number one. Let's move ahead on the iron pillar. Again we are looking the relevance of a space and a time. Space and a time. How space and time is working actually? The space and time is working actually when we are looking the relevance of the iron pillar. It is completely formed and done by Mauryan Empire, the Ashokan, right? And some of the quotation is mentioning, right? Some of the inscription is mentioning there the scope, and the the quotation is mentioning about Firoz Shah Tughlaq, about Ashokan, about Buddhism as well. And later on Firoz Shah Tughlaq completely shifted from Delhi to Topra, then उसके बाद Topra to Meerut, उसके बाद Meerut से फिर से दिल्ली में shift हो गया ये. Fine. So we have a next example of a tomb of Iltutmish. On the, you can see behind the Qutub Minar, the right side, or somewhere the right side, we can see the tomb of Iltutmish. This is somehow a very relevant and very first example of a mosque, or we can say the tomb. The mosques and the tombs in India in 13th and 14th century. Right, and this is somehow an example of Alai Minar, you can see on the screen everyone, right? This is again a sculpture of 14th century, the imperial and provincial. This is imperial, right? And this is the Alai Darwaza. This is the again example of 14th century everyone, right? Qutubuddin Aibak and Iltutmish, and you can say Adhai Din Ka Jhopra. So this is somehow a map you can see on the screen everyone. This is central part of a Qutub Minar, right? Till the Qutub Minar, the right side you can see the iron pillar, and see the iron pillar, you can, from the right side you can see the tomb of Iltutmish as well, right? And from the left side of a Qutub Minar in front of, you can see the Alai Minar, and from the another way you can see also the example of Alai Darwaza, right? Alai Minars, Alai Darwaza, right? So this is somehow we can say the formation of the sculptures. You can see the beautiness of the buildings, you can see the beautiness of the monuments, the way they are making, the way they are representing themselves in front of the people, which is completely correlated with society and the richness of the culture, the way they are showing themselves. Now, what about the body everyone? With changing times, better articulations, religious and social cultural belief develop, which reflect the content, we can say contemporaneous art forms, and thus the prehistoric art. When we're discussing about the beginning of the paintings, when we're discussing about the Paleolithic, Mesolithic, Neolithic, the origination of the paintings, and forms are confined, the secular paintings like the Bhimbetka rock shelter and Bhimbetka situated in MP. The oldest cave painting. The oldest cave painting. Fine everyone. Now, this is, you can see the next example of the prehistoric time phases. What is showing actually the social, the religious and the cultural. What the relevance they are showing, right? This is the somehow the entrance door of a Bhimbetka. This is somehow showing the, you can say, the entrance door. Right, of Bhimbetka. Entrance door Bhimbetka. right? And on the another way, if I'm saying about the entrance door of a Bhimbedka, this is a somehow a very beautiful example of a we can say MP. The cave paintings, the caves art and architecture, right? So how we can correlate art and architecture with anything? You can completely correlate art and architecture with your social. Somehow it is completely representing you people as the social perspective, representing you people as a religious perspective, because somehow in Paleolithic phase we are just considering as the origination of the fire, right? So what is the relevance of the fire? Okay, fine. I feel my voice is I think audible, everyone. Okay. So we are just saying that somehow the origination of a fire, and what is the relevance of the origination of a fire when we started to worship the fire. We have a difference of the, we have a numbers of the example of Agni Kunds, we have a numbers of the example of Yagya Vediya as well in the Harappan, in the Vedic, in the post Vedic, in the Gupta phases as well. Right, so you can see the origination of the religion, that how you can correlate anything with religion. It is representation of yourself, the way you are representing yourself. You can see the image on the screen, everyone. I hope which is completely visible to me as well. The people are completely, just sitting on the horses, sitting on the we can say deers, and they are just starting to killing the people, because Paleolithic phase and the oldest example of a Bhimbedka somehow giving the example of what? Giving the example of an ancient time where the people is completely what they are doing. They are completely the oldest evidence when they are complete. Their life is completely, their social life is completely basis on what? Their social life is completely basis on their we can say hunting and gatherings. They don't have any settled life, right? So if their life is completely based on hunting and gatherings and the religious upliftment about fire, it is showing that they have somehow sacred, we can say the scared of fire, and they cannot relevant the direct relationship with the fire and the hunting and gatherings, right? Now ancient Indian architecture, if I am try to be bifurcate ancient Indian architecture in different manners, I have lots of the examples. You can see the cave monolithic on the screen, everyone. Why? What is the cave monolithic is showing you? The cave monolithic is showing you, everyone, about the you can say the caves paintings. The cave painting that I'm giving the example of Bhimbedka MP, right? It means this is the somehow the origination, we can say that this is the origination, this is the starting point, or we can say the origination of what? The paintings, right? Paintings. Now let's move ahead on number 2, we can say architecture, right? So what we are doing actually in architecture, we started to bifurcate the time phase in different period. What we did, we started to bifurcate it in provincial, the imperial, just a minute, the provincial, right, the imperial, right, and when we're discussing about provincial, imperial, the Mughal and the Deccan, the Mughal and the Deccan, right, everyone? Right, we have 4 parts for the bifurcation of architecture. In provincial, when we completely discussing about what? The completely the Gujarat, the Mandu, the Malwa, the MP section, provincial. Imperialism, when we're discussing about complete Delhi Sultanate from 12th century till the time phase of 14th century, 15th century, right? And Mughal era, when we're discussing about the complete whole Mughal era, the art and architecture, the paintings as well. We cannot forget the name of Jahangir, we cannot forget the name of Humayun as well. And the Deccan phases, when we have example of a Hampi, when we have example of a Golconda as well, right? Now, what is the iconography, which I earlier discussed with you people? Iconography somehow, okay, Chalukyas, Pandyas, Cholas, Pandyas architecture, I already, people, the provincial architecture they are representing somewhere. And Chalukyas, Pallavas, Cholas, Pandyas architecture is not only architecture, their need of the paintings, their need of the architecture showing somehow related with their economic benefits as well, because in the just because of the temple buildings in Chalukyas and Pallavas time phases, we have a numbers of the example of Anudans, and we have a numbers of example of Brahmadevs as well, Devadasis as well. And what about the iconography, everyone? Iconography somehow is giving the definition, the description of the any monuments, any of the sculptures. And temple architecture. What about temple architecture? When we have a different styles of temple architecture, we have an example of a Dravidian art and architecture temple style, which is completely prevalent in South India. We have a different architecture of temple when we are discussing about the Nagar style, which is completely prevalent in North India. We have a different architecture when we are discussing about the Vesar. This is somehow the consolidation of a Vesar and Dravid and Nagar. And we have a rest of the example of a Kashmiri art and architecture, Kashmiri art and style, when we're discussing about the the Sun Temple of a Kashmir. So you can say we have a numerous of the art and formation. When we categorize, when we iconology, when we're discussing about the whole iconology, when we're discussing about the different branches of anything, right? The branches of art and architecture, we have a cave paintings architecture, we have a provincial imperialism, Mughals and Deccan, we have a Chalukyas when their economy is completely dependent on the temples, right? We have iconography when we're completely describing the features, the techniques, we can say the ideas as well. Now the temple architecture, we have a Dravidian, we have a Nagar, we have a Vesar, we have again the different Kashmir temples as well. So we can completely iconography, iconology, everything when we completely studying about the branches of the art and architecture. And from where we are going to start? We are going to start from prehistoric time phase, when we have a first evidence of a painting from our primitives, when we have a paintings of Australopithecus, when their life is completely based on hunting and gatherings, and we traveling moreover the time phase of moreover 10 to 50 years ago, where we started to developing, where we started to using our ideas, where techniques in a very next and a very different manner. Fine. Okay. Okay, I hope this is completely clear, everyone. I would like to change the battery one, so we will now I hope my voice is completely audible, everyone. Now my voice is completely audible, everyone? Okay, so let's move ahead, everyone. You can see the next image on the screen. I hope this screen is completely visible, and now my voice is completely audible, everyone. Okay. So later the animistic religious beliefs of Harappan civilization gets reflected in the terracotta figurines of a mother goddess, right? So what we are doing, we are just going to correlate the social need, or we can say the social aspects of anything, that how the social aspect is working actually, how the social aspects of anything is working actually. Fine, the figurines we are discussing about it. With the further passages of the time and emergence of the Brahmanism and Buddhism, the Brahmanism, when we are completely discussing about the social relevance of a Hinduism, and in Brahmanism we found numbers of the coins on Ashwamedh Yagya, right? We cannot forget about Chandragupta, Vikramaditya and Gupta phases, right? Buddhism, when we're discussing about the Sanchi stupas, Amravati stupas, we have a Mathura, we have a Greek art and architecture, right? In Buddhism, we have numerous of the foundations of the Buddhism, idol worship. And Jainism, again, when we started to correlating Jainism with non-violence policy, and when we creating the social and the environmental importance of Jainism, and completely when we discussing about the largest statue of Mahavir Jain in Shravanbelagola in Karnataka. And we can say the more religious art forms, it will be anything. The Brahminical, we can say Sanchi Stupa, we have a Mathura art and architecture, right? We have a Greek, we have a numbers of that architecture. Ajanta caves, where we are completely consolidating the different art of Buddhism, the Jainism, the Hinduism. We have a definition of a Brahma, Vishnu, Mahesh, the Trimurti as well. Paintings, when we're discussing all about the cave paintings of prehistoric time phases, and when we start to connect the question with the Western phases, Western art and architecture, we have a 11th century Mona Lisa painting by Leonardo da Vinci, and Dashavatar temple in Devgarh, Jhansi, surfaced is such a very beautiful example. You can say the beginning of the the figurine, mother figurines, where she is somehow the figurine somehow representing the human ideology, the human techniques, their skills as well, the way they are formed the statues, and somehow it is completely providing the social relevance of the mother goddess in the Harappan civilization, where the society is completely dependent, or we can say the society is completely a liberal society, where the respect of the women, or we can say the importance of the women is completely relevant in the present society on that time in the Harappan civilization, right? Or now if we are going to discuss about the next image on the screen, everyone, this is the again we can say the example of a Harappan civilization. And in the Harappan civilization, we have again numbers of the examples of the priest. You can say the tiger, the lion, you can say the deer as well, right? Lion. So we have a different examples, which is showing the relevance and the connectivity of the human beings with the animals, how they are still living the settled life in Harappan civilization, and how they're maintaining the correlation with the society and with the other we can say the what is the need of the pet animals, how they and why they want to creating the relationship with the animals and with the human beings, right? So this is somehow the next presentation of the civilization as well. And what did Buddhas teach की अगर बात करते हैं, how the Buddhism is working actually. So Buddhism is completely just defining the example of a path, the example of a thought, the noble truth, the right vision, the right thinking, right thoughts. Fine. Now, Buddha's Mathura and Buddha's, we can say Gandhara art, everyone. This is somehow the formation of art and architecture. This is somehow the example of art and architecture. We can say this is completely related with iconology, right? When we are completely discussing about the branches of the history, branches of the art. You can say the Buddha's Mathura art and architecture. This is completely made with a red stone, right? And I would like to zoom the screen everyone once. You can see on the screen. See. Now, when you start to correlating the image, I hope my screen is completely visible, everyone. When you started to correlating the image in a very bifurcated way, you can completely see the finishing on the stones, the way they are making. You can see the hand mudras as well, the way he is sitting, the way he is wearing the clothes. So there is a differentiation. Let me compare the Buddha's Mathura art and architecture with Gandhara art and architecture. So you can find out the differentiation between both the classes. You can see on the screen, everyone. Right. You can see this is somehow a large fiction, or we can say the large representation of the images that you can see on the screen, everyone. This is the hand mudras. This is somehow representing the head, and you can see, just a minute. Okay. Where somehow they are representing what? They are somehow representing the different mudras, but when we start to comparing both the statues with each other, the both art with each other, you will find out more finishing, more authentic work in the Gandhara Buddhist art and architecture, because this is completely influenced by what? This is completely influenced by your Western culture, and this is somehow influence earlier or your past ancient Indian culture, right? Now, what is Buddhism actually? Buddhism is somehow a major world. When we're discussing about the correlation and the social importance, the better sense of philosophy, the fourth largest religion, more over 3 billion of the people is completely adopting us. And this is somehow inequality, because Buddhism is somehow discussing about the non-violence, humanity is everything, right? And it also helps people by providing a way of a life, right? It's a way of life is what? It's true happiness, and happiness is what? Buddhism is completely focusing on the permanent appearances. It is your happiness, it is your karmas, the way the good vision, the good action, the good, we can say the steps for the life. Now, Buddhist, we can say the cheat sheet, we can say the mineral additions, we can say the noble eightfold path. The Buddhist taught that the attain liberation and must practice the wholesome. Why? Because we are just thinking and just want to improve our view, our intention, our speech, our action, our livelihood, the basic needs, the effort we are doing for everyday basis, like the mindfulness and the concentration. Fine. And the four noble truth is what? Saying the ordinary life brings about suffering. So it is very important that if you want to come out with the sufferings, it is very important to work on your or karmas. The origination of attachment, sufferings is attainable, and following the eightfold path, right? So this is all about the legs, the shoulder, the back, the eyes, hands, tongue and head. It is all about the posture, 7 points of the posture. 4 metaphases is what? May I be free from danger, may I happy, may be healthy, I love with ease everyone. And it is very important to good vision, right? To ear, hearing, nose, smelling, tongue, tasting and body touching and mind. And the 6 wholesome, we can say the wholesome roots of the mind: generosity, love, wisdom, greed, hatred and delusion. So these are somehow social connectivity, the social importance of anything, the way we are connected the things, the way we are representing the things. Jainism and Buddhism did not attack caste system, attacked on caste system, that tries with the Hinduism, right? They are not completely boycotted Hinduism, believed that all objects, animals and innate had souls and possessed varying degree of the consciousness, and they are somehow inanimate objects, right? You can see the next picture of the screen, everyone. This is all about the art and architecture. The Ajanta caves you can see on the screen. You can see the beautiful image of the Mahabir on the screen, everyone. Right. You can see the next image, everyone. This is the image of Udaygiri hills of Shravanbelgola, Karnataka. This is the one of the biggest, we can say, the statue of the giants, right, in the South India. I hope this is somehow the correlation with each other. You can show, you can see on the screen, everyone, with in each other. Later in medieval India, under the patronage of a Delhi Sultanate, tombs and mosques emerged. So you can see on the screen, everyone. Now, this is already, I already explained you, everyone, about the mosque, about the origination of anything. Now, monument made by Delhi Sultanate 1206 to almost 1469. This is the time phase to 13th to 15th century. The monuments constructed the period of Delhi Sultanate are Qutub Minar, Tughlaqabad Fort, Alai Darwaza, Jamaat Khan Masjid, Ghyasuddin Tomb, Hazrat Nizamuddin Auliya Dargah. So we have a different Delhi Sultanate main, we can say the prominent art and architecture. Okay, I hope my voice is completely audible, everyone. Okay, due to the low battery, my voice is completely, it is not reachable to the students. I hope my voice is completely audible, everyone. Okay. So nevertheless, it must also be noted that non-religious or secular art form were also getting importance. For example, seals of terracotta figurines still we are not deciphered yet. Toys of the granary form of Harappan civilization, we have example of a Lothal, we have example of Chahundado as well. And the places, the palaces, the gardens from the medieval India, we have a somehow a non-secular examples, right? If I'm asking about the seals of the Harappan civilization, as per the example of, if I'm giving the example, according to you people, what is the religious example of it? आपके हिसाब से क्या हो सकता है? Is there any religious example? Right? No. Okay, now potential meaning of a secular, that being unrelated to religion, first of all, being related to the worldly, practical, to the temporal concerns, we can say, being non-religious, being irreligious, being related to the secularism, right? And justified in what? The non-religious and rather than the religious or irreligious terms. Indian secularism is what? When we are saying that we have no religion, when we have no religion, we are just discussing about the we are just discussing about what? The equality, the equal status we are saying. Now we have a different secular humanism, atheists and others, based not only on blind faith upon the active denial of laws of nature, the science, the mathematical probabilities, and religion that puts man in the place of a god with the man. As per the giving the example of, if I am giving the example of a Jainism and Buddhism, somehow Jainism is completely saying that universe, we are the creator of a universe. So somehow it is very important to understand or very important to analysis or to know that we are the god of the universe and we are the creator actually. If I'm looking our thoughts, if we will definitely looking our karmas, we will improve the day-to-day life soon. Fine. Now, secularization, the process whereby religious thinking, practices and institutions lose social significances. When we're discussing about what? The importance of the secularization, right? The need. What is the importance of secularization? Because we want to create a equal status. What is the need? So that we definitely we will just provide the example that humanity is everything, right? What is the objectives? Because we want to achieve of a secularism's aim. Now you can see the example of a Dholavira, everyone, and this is somehow a very beautiful and very, we can say, very common image of a Harappan civilization, and this is a priest image you can see on the screen, everyone. And you can see the Dholavira, the Harappan city on the Run of Kutch in Gujarat. Dholavira and Run of Kutch in Gujarat, both Lothal or Dholavira, both are the very prominent site of the mature Harappan phase of a Harappan civilization. And one of the most well preserved urban settlements in southeast, dating 3rd to mid to 2nd million BC. Site comprised two parts, a walled city and a cemetery to the west of the city, discovered in 1968, first of time. And apart from its unique characterization, water management system of Dholavira, the water management system of Harappa and the Kalibanga, they are somehow very prominent features of the Harappan civilization. And artifacts, the jewelry, the some species stones, terracotta figurines, gold, ivory. You can see a terracotta figurines of a priest on the screen. This is somehow a very beautiful picture of a Harappan civilization. It is not only compulsory to be checked that the art and architecture prevalent on that time, but the dressing sense of the priest and the seriousness of the features on the face, you can see somehow is showing the correlation of the society and giving the examples and giving the we can say the awareness of the society. Because in the Harappan seals, the language still is not deciphered. We cannot read, this is not readable yet, and we cannot read yet. So these structures, these are the paintings, the sculptures, the monuments, and the mother goddess, the picture that I'm showing you earlier, somehow representing is what? Somehow this is a representation of importance of art and architecture in the social perspectives, or in the, we can say the awareness or the cultural perspective, right? You can see the image on the screen, everyone. This is somehow a very beautiful terracotta figurine image of Harappan civilization. You can see this is somehow a copper plate that we are finding in the excavations, and this is somehow is presenting the Harappan civilization art and culture, the correlation with the society and correlation with the culture. Treasure of civilization is what? The Dholavira step well dates back to Bronze Age, located beneath the eastern reservoir of Dholavira. Archaeological survey of India, huge lake on ancient shoreline are buried in the site. Survey indicated the presence of the more Harappan age reservoir and step walls in the vicinity. So archaeologists and the historians somehow representing in a very different manner. And similarly, the patronage provided by the rules of the society also defines the type of art that gets developed. Ashokan edicts we have, right? Ashokan edicts that we found in different languages. The Aramaic, that we have a Pali, we have a Prakritic, and we have a Brahmini script as well. We cannot forget about West Afghanistan, the Shahbaz Gadi, right? And the content was largely non-religious, incorporated, we can say, the principles of the social conduct. And this is the during the Sultanate period. If I am discussing about the Shokan rock edicts relevance as per the significance, as per the need of the society, so definitely we can say that the Ashokan edict, which is completely representing in different languages, the Aramaic, we have the Pali, we have a Prakritic as well. So definitely the socially relevance edicts, we can say, completely related with whom? Related with your social and your perspective and your cultural perspective, because the Ashokan edicts, rock edicts, is not flourishing in India but also in the world level. We have example of Shahbaz Gadi, West Afghanistan. So it is somehow showing the importance of the Ashoka in the whole world, or in the India, in different places, the different geographical extent. During Sandalan period, we can see the imperial art and architecture, Indo-Islamic form of architecture like tombs and mosques. It is somehow a very important, we can say, information of art and architecture. Now, what Dhamma? This is somehow the policy of a Buddhism. This is the philosophy, we can say. This is the philosophy, we can say. Right, and what is Dhamma meaning? It is somehow giving the example of a dharma, right? And Dhamma is a Prakritic word, right? And Dharma is what? The Sanskrit word. But what about the philosophy? Philosophy is completely same. How the philosophy is working actually would be the basis of the Ashokan's rule. And what is the meaning? The ideal performance, the vision, the action, the perspective we are saying, right? We can see the performance of the social role into which one is born, and in the variation of a dharma, Ashokan used this to refer to the virtue of the social, we can say, the social status, as well as the individual, right? It is somehow showing the connectivity. How it is showing the connectivity? We said Dhamma is the basic part of a religion. And what is religion is said? The equality, the social status, the equal social status. So what about the connectivity, everyone, about the religion? If I'm introducing Dhamma policy, so I feel it is a very easy to connect the people with the philosophy of a Dhamma to the individual. It is a very, I think, a very easy task to separate the message of a Dhamma policy from one place to another place, right? So it is somehow very important and very relevant information as per the need of a Dhamma policy. And in the Dhamma's policy, what is playing a very crucial, very important, very initial role? It is Ashokan rock edicts. It is Ashokan It is Ashokan rock edict. It is Ashokan rock edict. Right. When we're discussing about the Brahmani Lipi script, we can say. Right. And we have a different languages. We have a Aramaic, we have a Pali, we have Prakritic, and we have a different more languages. Kharoshti. Right. Kharoshti as well. Right. So you can see the language sometimes, the communication sometimes, and the correlation sometimes playing interdisciplinary approach to not only spreading the message to the people, but somehow this message somehow become more relevant as well. Right, you can see the image edicts of Ashoka, everyone. Right, we have a numbers of the states. We have Shahbazgadi, Delhi Topra, Meerut, we have a Kalsi, we have a Lumbini, Lore Nandangad, and Koshambi, Lore Arraja, Dholi, Jogad, Amravati, Sanatti, and Sopara, Girnar. We have a numbers of the, we can say, the script of the relevance of scripts of Ashoka, right? So this is somehow very important, everyone. Yaragudi, you can say, right? And this is not only the, we can say, the separateness of the Ashokan edicts, but completely we are accepted the existence of Buddhism, right? The separateness of a Buddhism, the Aramaic, the Mathura art and architecture, and the Crete and architecture with on the same way. This is somehow a very important, very relevant we can say image on the screen, and where Ashoka is completely showing on the image as a emperor of the, we can say, the Patliputra, right? And the this is somehow is completely non-religious. When we are from the beginning of the question, when we're discussing about religious and we are discussing about non-religious, somehow Ashoka is adopting not Buddhism. Ashoka is completely adopting the philosophy of Buddhism, right? So what is the relevance of the image? This is somehow a very non-religious image on the screen. It is showing on, right? Ashoka's inscription and Ashoka's Dhamma. The history of Ashoka is reconstructed on the basis of its inscription. Right? Inscription throw the light not only the reign of the Ashoka, right, but also reveal its external and domestic policies. External is what? When we're discussing about the foreign policies, and domestic is what? When we're discussing about their self state and their self, we can say, the ruling powers. Policies, right? His views about Dhamma and the extent of the empire. Dhamma is basically, we can say, the lesson of a line, a lesson of a life. It is somehow the policy of Buddhism, right? As a statement of the personal concerns, they are remarkable documents vividly describing the absence of his times. And in this inscription, Brahmani, Kharoshti, and Prakritic, Aramaic, and Greek. Brahmani is a script, Kharoshti, Prakritic, Aramaic, and Greek. These are the languages deciphered by James Prinsep in 1837. James Prinsep in 1837 first time found out, and he started to explaining the meaning of it. He started to excavations, so we found numbers of the things, and after 1837, after the excavations and after the elaboration of a James Prinsep, this was the time when we started to know about the inscription, the importance of inscription, the importance of the languages, the policies of Dhamma, the social, economic, and the cultural need of that and architecture, with the help of the that we are getting with the help of the James Prinsep. This is already I shown you, everyone, and explain as well. Sanchi, you can see this is the next art and architecture, right? And somehow this is the definition of what? Non-religious art and architecture, right? You can see this is the Sanchi Stupa, right? You can see on the screen, everyone. Likewise, Akbar's period, let me move ahead in the imperial art. About whom? The Mughal art. Right. Fatehpur Sikri, architecture of the religious as well as secular forms of Fatehpur Sikri. The Mughal painting also highlights the same feature as it depicted on religious themes in the terms of the royal portraits and the natural beauty. Right. So what are the natural beauty? You can see on the screen. It is very difficult to see these pictures. The lady, I think she is belonging from a particular bhakti saint, we can say, and somehow she is representing herself and showing the devotion, or we can say the devotion with the God, either in the bhakti movement, either in the Sufi movement. Right. You can see the emperor with his queens in the garden. You can see Shah Jahan, the hollow inside behind his head, somehow showing him is what? Showing him as the designation of the God. Designation of the God, right? You can see the elephant where they are showing the legitimacy, the richness in the empire, in the Mughal empire specifically. You can see the local market on the, you can see local market of the Mughal era, and the local market, you can see mosque behind it, somehow showing you the religious perspectives and the economic correlation with anything. And this is the image of, we can say, Bahadur Shah Zafar II. This is the ending era of what? This is the ending era of Mughal era in 1707, 1857, right? And this is somehow a very beautiful image you can see on the screen, everyone. This is somehow is not showing the beauty of the queen, or we can say definitely this is somehow showing the sense of interconnection with the society. The way they are wearing the clothes, they are representing themselves, and the richness they are showing in the picture, the color combinations, their visions, their techniques, their ideas, they are showing in representing in the picture. This is somehow very important and very Sanchi Stupa can be seen as a sitting Buddha. Okay, Aman. Right. So this is somehow, it is a very prominent and very important features and images that I am representing behind my screen. Right. Now, Mughal painting, you can see, everyone. These are the Mughal paintings you can see. Right. Mughal painting. What is the Mughal painting is showing you? As per your perception, the people who are attached with me might be they are completely see the picture, see the image on the way, and they are somehow what the picture is defining actually, right? What the picture is exactly defining, right? This is somehow we can say Tuladan. This is somehow a very prominent feature of a Mughal empire. Fine, where they are somehow comparing their new successor with gold, with silver, with sweets as well, right? Aman, this was the picture of we can say any of the queen. This is somehow showing the prosperity and the richness of the queen, and the ideas and the, we can say, techniques of the painter, which he representing by making the painting of the queen, right? This is not any specific queen's picture. Generally made as a miniature, either as a book, illustrated as a single work. Mughal painting evolved in Persian school of miniature, means a small paintings, a small representation of painting. The Hindu, the Buddhist, the Jain influence. These paintings evolved during the rule of various Mughal emperors in India. This is known as a imperial painting as well. And the painting of often revolved around the themes like what? The battles, we can say, the legendary stories, the hunting scenes, wildlife, royal and mythology, etc. And this painting is what? Also become an important medium of narrate the tall tales of the Mughal Empire. As you can see on the screen, everyone, where Shah Jahan somehow is looking for his son Dara Shikoh, and you can say Akbar, the rest of the four are Babur, then Humayun, Jahangir, Akbar, Shah Jahan, right? Then Aurangzeb. We have different people. You can say, you can see the image, everyone, on the screen, right? Akbar, since Akbar, you can see the different, you can see, okay. This is somehow showing the social perspective of the Mughal Empire again. And since Akbar had studied the nuisance of the arts and the paintings under Abad Samad, encouraged and supported the under his reign, the Mughal painting, we can say, evolved the development at the rapid pace, right? And Akbar ordered the creation of many paintings and also paid close attention to the final output of these artworks, and he was very particular about the details and the artist elements involvement. It means it is showing that Mughal empire or the imperial painting is completely connected directly with the we can say the psychological or the achievements representation by the on Mughal emperors. The second major project commissioned by Akbar was HAMZA Nama, which narrated legend by the Amir Hamza. You can see the different image everyone on the screen, right? And Akbar had enjoyed these stories during the childhood, so he ordered the recreation of a Hamza Nama and project including 1400 Mughal paintings that were unusually large by miniatures, and many of the 30 primary artists, the artists, those were already living in the Mughal court, right? Mir Sayyid Ali, and who was later replaced by Abdul Samad. Those are somehow a very prominent painters, very prominent literary. They are doing somehow a very prominent literary work for the, we can say, the Mughal art, court and culture. Now, artillery, you can see the next image on the screen, everyone. Now, another aspect of the development of art in those possession by people in their homes, we can say, and it is to note that most of the art and architecture artwork made from wood and clay will preside over the course of a time. For example, I'm already giving the example of you people about the cave paintings, about Harappan civilization, the priests, the mother goddesses as well. Now, besides several domestic items made by metals, the iron, the bronze, the silver and the gold, and later on from the time phase of a Delhi Sultanate from 13 till the time of a 17th century or 18th century, we can say, or specifically in 13th to 14th century, on from Akbar to, we can say, the Shah Jahan. These are the period of specifically the huge developments by the Akbar and by the Shah Jahan in the field, not only the military expansions, but as well as in the form of the art and architecture. So you can see the different images. The development is not only happened in the form of iron and bronze, silver and gold, but you can also see the expansion of the military powers as well, everyone. And the rest of the images you can see on the screen about the you can see somehow it is showing the time management. You can see रेत की घड़ी as well, आपने बहुत बार देखी होगी. So this is the somehow the matter of introduction, and this is somehow not only representing the art and architecture of the Mughal era, this is not only the representation of social and cultural aspects of Mughal era, the imperial art and architecture, but the paintings which is imposing on the screen, everyone, this is somehow representing the scientific development in the Mughal era. And you can see the expansion of the military, like the expansion of military, which is completely the military expansion, the use of the the tops and everything is completely using by the Babur as well. So this is somehow a very prominent example where the expansion is not only prevalent in gold, in jewelries, in colors and paintings, but somehow the expansion is showing in the artillery, military expansion, and they are somehow enhancing the military power on the next level in the Mughal era, right? So this is again the next example of it. And what about the conclusion when we're discussing about art and architecture, about Delhi Sultanate, about the Mughal era? This is somehow the form of ancient and the medieval. India never confined themselves only to making the mammoth building of religious places, contributed to the most. Any of the religious paintings, we can say, Daya Sahibe, exactly, artillery gun, right, Aman? Which is first time used by Babur. Don't forget to like the session, everyone. Dahiya Sabe, just give me a minute. Definitely, I will take your doubt and I'll try to explain whatever you asking me. Right? Let me conclude the answer writing session first of all. Fine. So place, though it is contributed to the most and making of the mammoth of the building of the religion, this art and architecture is somehow ancient and medieval India never confined themselves only on to the making of a mammoth. They are somehow creating, just creating everything just for the expansion. They are just experimenting on everything. A very good, I think, image on the screen, everyone. We can say painting as well on the screen. This is somehow representing what? This is somehow representing the social and the economic, we can say, the correlation, and we can say the women, we can say the women empowerment as well. The position of the women in the Mughal era they are showing. So this is somehow is representing the social aspects, right? So this is a very important picture, I can say. This is showing the connectivity, not only the religion, the social aspects, the position of the women, the gender equality of the women in the society. So this is somehow a very prominent image. So images and paintings are not only the part of a representation, not only the part of the representation of techniques and ideas. Definitely we can say this is somehow, these are somehow giving the direct information of any of the era. Either the eras belong from a imperial or the provincial or the Deccan or the Mughal era. So this is somehow a very prominent and very important paintings as per the need and perspectives as per the aspirants as well. So this is all about the answer writing session, everyone. Now we are just going to pursue social religious movements and reformers. Okay. Ma'am, I'm a beginner, so can you please tell me how to start the preparation? Yes, Mr. Dahiya Sabe. See, if you are a beginner, it is very important to work on the concepts first, right? It's your first attempt, so try to read out all the NCERTs from the beginnings. And in this channel, we are just going to introduce the NCERT session very soon, so you can join us. And as well as it is very important to do self work, self hard work, self smart work. It is very important to analysis the previous year paper. It is very important to check their own subjects. The subject that you are choosing for the optional or for the prelims is going to be it is definitely going to be very subject commanded for you. ऐसा नहीं हो कि आपने चूज कर लिया और आपको खुद भी नहीं आता है, right? Exactly, Aman. So this is I think Dahiya, this is somehow a very crucial, or we can say the very initial information. So Dahiya, it is very important to work on the NCERTs first of all, right? NCERT is somehow giving the glance that about your knowledge, that how much you know of anything. And this is not only happened because that you are 12th passed only. If you are serious candidate, if you want to seriously go ahead for UPSC exams, so it is a first we can say the primary step to check the prelims and the mains previous year papers. Then you have to start to work for the NCERTs, right? And later on you have to collect the depth analysis or depth knowledge of anything. So you have to be choose and you have to be work on everything by step. ऐसा नहीं हो कि you started to anything while doing jumping. Right, Mr. Dahiya Sabe? I hope this is completely clear to you. Exactly, Aman. I think Aman is explaining right way that it is very important to work on the graduation. But Mr. Dahiya, please, it is very important to differentiate the graduation subjects. The way we writing the graduation papers or the way we are writing the mains paper of UPSC, there is a huge, we can say, differentiations. So it is a primarily focus. First of all, you have to work on your knowledge and concepts as well, but side by side definitely you have to work on your academics as well, because academics also playing a very important role. right? It is the time when you completely getting the knowledge, whatever you want to study, whatever you want to just taking the glance for the knowledge, just go ahead, just try to be read everything in a very careful manner. And why I'm just saying ki previous year papers ko dekhiye, because previous year paper somehow giving the not only the glance but giving the transparency of the UPSC, that what type of the paper, what type of the questions the UPSC is asking. And current affairs session, these are again a very important part of GS, GK part and mains as well. And it is not only the part of the knowledge gathering, but it is somehow creating the broad concepts of anything, the way we think, the way we live, the thinking skills. It is very important to enhance with the help of the connectivity with the newspapers, connectivity with the books. Right, Mr. Dahiya? I hope this doubt is completely clear. Now, let me discuss about the social religious reformation, everyone, how it is working actually. Okay. See, social and religious and reform and the movement. I think the slide is the people you can see behind me. This is completely, this is somehow completely representing the whole century. If I am discussing about social and religious and the reformation, it means it is showing that something is in the format we have, and we really want to be improved. Fine, Dahiya. Right. What is social? Right. What is social? When we are discussing about the society, the social status, right? Religious. And why we are looking for the reformation in society and in the religion? We are looking for the reformation in the society and the religion because something that we really want to reform, that something we really want to reform. And what we want to reform? We exactly want to reform the existing evils in the society or in the religion, right? And the movements that earlier I told you from the beginning of the class at 9:30 a.m. I already discussing about the definition of the movements, that why the movements are exactly happens, right? Movements are exactly happens when the existing society is completely not filling up to the mark, right? And why it is not up to the mark? That it doesn't matter that from where you are pursuing your graduation. There is, I already told you that the competitive exam of UPSC and the graduation, the academics and the competitive exam, they have a seriously a very great differentiation, right? Your graduation you are pursuing, it doesn't matter, your knowledge is matters only, right? So kindly focus on the graduation first of all. You are pursuing from IGNOU or Delhi University or JNU, it doesn't matters a lot actually. Your command on the subject is matters a lot as per the need of the UPSC. So it is a very important to understand the need of the UPSC rather to focusing on the subjects. And how you will understand the need of the UPSC? When you completely analysis the previous year paper of the questions on the subjects. Clear? And what we are just going to discuss about the movements. From the 9:30 session AM in the morning, I am discussing about the movements. Why the movements are happens actually? Movements are completely happens when we are completely looking for what? When we are looking for a enhancement and when we are looking for the reformation. Movement never ever started by one individual person. It is completely started by in the leading powers, or we can see the leading leading leaders, like, and reforms in India. When we discussing about the 19th century social reformation, definitely social reformations and social religious reformations completely based on the reformation and the revivalism. Revivalism is what? When we want to repeat anything which is existing in the society, right? For example, we have a very good example of back to the Vedas. And what about the reformation, everyone? Reformation is somehow giving the the quick complete change in the existing evils, existing society evils, right? So this is somehow the complete definition of the social religious reform movements. Something is happening in the society on 19th century and that's because of the society we are not completely satisfied, right? So how we will satisfy ourselves? We will satisfy ourselves when we are completely looking for the whole concentration on the reformation or on the, we can say, the revivalism, right? Now this is the question, everyone, you can see on the screen. Just give me a minute, my mic is not working actually. I'll just get back by changing all the batteries, and we will just continue the session within 1 minute, everyone. Okay, everyone. So we are just going to discuss about the question on the social religious reforms of 19th century, aimed at modernization rather than westernization. The social. So we are just going to first of all understand the question, everyone. Right. So what we are understand from the question? First of all, the social and the religious reforms of the 19th and the 20th century. From the 19th to 20th century, it means we are just going to discuss about more about the 100 years. It means a century we are just going to discuss, and in the century we are going to discuss about the social and the religious reformation, right? And what we want to discuss, why we are just discussing, because just we want to we are discussing about the modernization rather than the westernization. It means that somehow we're just going to discuss about how the social religious reformation completely targeting or completely make the aim of what? The modernization and the westernization, that whole time phases, that how social religious reformation completely changes the thought process of modernization, and how this modernization is completely changed the thinking process and thought process of the westernization. Right, so it is more over 100, we can see the years, the centuries almost, where we're discussing all these points, everyone. Fine. And what is the social religious reforms in India? What, when we're discussing about the tradition, but what about the changes, cultures, the faith that we are showing with the religion, everyone, the spirituality as per the need of the Vedas and as per the need of the different religion, worship, the temple, the life, and specifically which is completely not neglected in the social religious reformation when we're discussing about what? The women empowerment. The women empowerment, right? Upliftment, we can say, on the another way, the social status, we can say, right? And the need, we can say, and we can say the education as well. Fine. Now, what about the approaches, everyone? In the introduction, briefly explain about the social religious reforms. Social religious reforms in 19th and 20th century. Right. So what about the introduction? That we are going to explain what we are going to explain. Explanation means what? The need, we can say the objectives, we can say the aim, the importance, right? And we can say the factors, right? And what we are going to discuss about it? We are just going to discuss about the what? The social, the religious, what? The reformation. It means that we have a something in the existing format and just we want to reform something. So what we want to reform something? The social and the religious movements in the 19th and 20th century. And what we just want to explain about the need, what is the need of the social religious movements, what are the objectives, and what are the aims, what are the importance, what are the factors of the religious social religious reformation, and what are the needs of the social religious reformation in 19th and in the 20th century, everyone. Now, write a line about the differentiation between modernization and westernization. So, what about the modernization? In the Indian context, if you are discussing about the meaning of the modernization, if we are discussing about the meaning of modernization, when we looking for the change, right? Change in what? Our social thinking, our cultural perspective, the liberalization of the society, the more expansion in the economic perspectives, we can looking for the more rights in the our political and administrative participation, right? So what about the westernization? When it is completely, it's a process, right? It is never ending process. And discuss how such social religious reforms aimed at modernization rather than westernization. When we start to compare about social religious reformation in the context of the westernization or in the modernization, that how much westernization completely impacted social religious movement and how much modernization completely impacted our social religious reformations, right? So there is a differentiation, and in this differentiation we are not going to depth analysis that what is modernization, what is westernization, but somehow we are just going to discuss that how the modernization completely impacted the social religious reformation, or the social religious reformation completely are the need of the westernization. It means if the westernization concepts and thought process not implemented in 19th-20th century, so what we can say that, can we say that the social religious reformation is not succeeded, right? Now, conclude with the positive impacts of the reformation on Indian society, everyone. So what are the positive impacts we are taking when we are discussing about the explanation, the positive impacts? So what are the positive impacts of the social religious movement? When we looking for the positive needs, are the when we achieving the objectives, when we are talking to about the social benefits, the women upliftment, so women empowerment, we are completely bound the social evils when we are completely not allowing the people to participating any type of the evils, right? So this is somehow the need and positive impacts of the reformation. And whenever we are discussing about the positive impacts of the social religious movement, it means completely we are discussing about each and every impact. Either the impact is completely impressive on society, even the impact is completely impressive on the religious, the cultural, the administrative, the political. And when we start to discuss the different dimensions of each and every categories and each and every social religious perspectives, right? Now, this is very important to discuss about the condition of the Indian society, that how the condition of Indian society is working actually. See, the Indian society in the 18th and the 19th century, when we're discussing about the from the modern era and the mid 19th century, was completely superstition and social inequality oppression. When we are completely suffering with the social inequality, when social status never ever matters a lot for us, when we started to discriminating the people not only their caste, their creed, but also on the religion as well. Now then priests used their monopoly where we are discussing about the dominance power of the Brahminical society. The scriptural knowledge completely become limited because the Brahminical society never ever allowing the rest of the classes who are belonging from the lower classes or the people who are discriminated religiously. They are completely not liable to come in the enter in the temples, and they are not liable to preach or read all the Vedas, because why it is important and why it is happens actually, because it is very important to understand the hierarchy in the society in 19th century, basically in the social religious reformation. When the hierarchy of the Indian society is completely bifurcated, when we completely discuss about the Brahminical society, the Kshatriyas, the Vaishya and the Shudras, and somehow when we are completely not allowing the people, the rest of the Vaishya and the Shudra class for the education and for reading all this scriptural knowledge, because the Brahminical society never ever focusing, never ever giving the chance to the people to at least using the equal benefits, or to standing the or sharing the equal platform in the society. Definitely why it is happened, because somehow it is the matter of concern for them, because surely if they are completely snatching the rights of from the higher classes, their authority and their importance gonna be vanished after a time. Now, deceive the masses and created oppressive social condition, practice of female infanticide and the child marriages and polygamy. This is known as a Bahu Pratha Vivaha. Female infanticide and child marriages, widow remarriages, all type of women evils are, they are not the new concept in social religious reformation. This is earlier happened actually. When if I'm discussing about from the last 5-6,000 years ago in Vedic era, post Vedic era, where the status of the women is completely we can say is not up to the mark. In the Vedic era, where completely we are celebrating the equal status of the women, where the we can say the situation of the women is far better from post Vedic era. But definitely in the post Vedic era, the situation of the women is completely not only challenging but also discriminated at every level, in the education, in the child marriages, right, when they completely snatch the rights of the women as well. So somehow these are somehow a very matter of thinking, a matter of concerns as well. Female infanticide and child marriages, or the acts like sati, the widow remarriages, allowances, which is happening just because of the initiative of the our Raja Ram Mohan Roy, Jyotiba Phule. Numbers of the people are living in the society. They are completely showing the concern for the women, and somehow the concern is working as a later on the acts and the laws, and that's why somehow we can say the condition of the Indian society is not up to the mark as per the need of a social religious movements. Fine. Now, Kulinism, and we can say the Bengal old man took every young girls and wives, right? And these old men died soon, and the young girl, often pre-teenage, teenage children, had to be spent the rest of their lives and the widow. And just because of spending the whole life as a widows, they are not completely spending their life with someone else, and they are not allowing by the society, and by whom in the society, the specific people who are belonging from the hierarchy, from the higher class. And this is not happening in the Bengal, this is not happening in the rest of the we can say the Calcutta. This is the story of each and every, we can say, part of the Indian society. And some other part, the sati pratha was prevalent when husband died. Wives are burnt alive on his funeral prior, either she's desire or not. Her desire is not matters a lot. The tradition that we are following, which is totally irrelevant, is completely, we can say, is totally important. And because somehow the sati acts and the sati, we can say the evils like sati is giving the benefit our Brahminical society somewhere. Right, and the originally sati was supposed to be voluntarily practiced with wives jumped into the funeral. So this is not a new story for the sati systems. This is a very common story for everyone, and I think everyone is aware about the story. Casteism, we can see the second hierarchical caste system in the ritual status, system of segregation, untouchability of the lower classes. When we started to bifurcating, when we started to completely boycotted the society with each other. And this system is divided people into many groups. This is not happening with the hierarchical class. This is not happening with the women as well. This is the story of each and every class who are completely dependent on the society, or completely dependent on the higher society classes, and prevented the development of the feeling of the unity, nationality among the people. This is completely right. So this is all about the common strata of in the common people. And casteism was also prevalent among Muslim and Sikh with respect to the marriages. So caste system is not prevalent in the hierarchy that this is the Brahmanism, Vaishyism, Shudras and Kshatriyas. Caste system is prevalent somewhere in everywhere. Even you are belonging from the Muslim category or Sikhism. So social religious movement in 19th century is not only the part of the, we can concern for the women and the reformation in one sector. This is the reformation in each and every sector, where we learn a lot, where we found very much things, where we are looking for the need for the improvement, specifically for the women and each and every classes, right? So this is all about the session, everyone. I hope this session is completely helpful to everyone. Where we learned a lot actually. We almost attempt more over 5 to 6 questions today in the session. So tomorrow we will meet at sharp 1 p.m. everyone. We will take the session on the rest of the rest of the questions which are not dealt yet. And social religious movement is still not completed. For tomorrow's sessions, I would like to pick up the same session for the tomorrow session. Same questioning approach for the tomorrow session. So don't forget to join me, everyone. Tomorrow at sharp 1 p.m. we will try to discuss the social religious movement in a very relevant way and a very in a very expand way, because just because of the social religious movement, I think this is somehow developing your broad concepts, and it is somehow teaches you people how to deal the question and how to become a perfect answer writing, doing the perfect answer writing in the mains examinations. Right. Thank you so much for joining me. We will meet tomorrow at sharp 1 p.m. everyone.